I've loved you so much now for too long, and I'm too far gone. And I know that's the way it should be. Hey, Jack. Yeah, I think I'm feeling better. I do think I'm feeling better. But we'll see as we go. Yeah, I think I am feeling better. I mean, while people come on, I'm going to try to sign in so I can get quotes. Because I'm too far gone. I've loved you too much now, for too long, and I'm too far gone. All right, so that's kind of bright, isn't it? What could I do to change that? That does it a little bit, changes it a little bit. There, that might be better. I don't know. I need a producer. So I guess we have about 4 or 5 stocks that we've focused on recently, and I do want to focus on precious metals more and more and more, because I think that's, you know, that's our future. Precious metals and miners and oil and gas, you know, it's not all gold. So to me, the stock that now, you know, every day is another day forward, more time. There's adjustments. You got to adjust for the story, the price. You got to make your calls. But today, I think any of these stocks could move at any time, of course, because you don't know. But I think Nixie at $1.50 has a market cap. Let me see what the market cap is. $26 million. The risk with Nixie is they've had false starts before, and you know, November, I think, end of November, it ran to $12 pre-market, and then $8, sort of $10 maybe during the market on 50-some million shares. And then January, February, it tried again, and I think it went to 6, something like that. Well, anyway, it's $1.51 right now. And they had news out, which needs clarity. And I think that clarity has to come soon. So I'm going to pick NIXX. Let's say I'm projecting over a 2-week time frame, roughly 2, 3, 4 weeks. But let's just say 2 weeks, 2, 3, 4 weeks. 2 weeks a month, 6:30. You ever go out to meet somebody from the Middle East? Why don't we meet 6:30? You know, like, wait a minute, 6 or 6? No, we'll get the 6:30. All right, I'll see you then. and then they show up at 7:15. So Nixie, I think, let's just, these are my short-term predictions, which are foolish. It's foolish to make a short-term prediction, but within 2 weeks, I think Nixie might be the first one to have something happen. And I think you can double your money, maybe triple your money within 2 weeks. Double or triple your money. I'm not saying it can't go a lot higher, but I'm also cautioning that once it starts going, last time I think it got to $6, so maybe a little more. You know, we'll see what happens if it gets to $5 or $6 this time, if it does. All right, so Nixie's now 149.5. The next one, which I have to say looks kind of awful, is GBUX, but it's slowed down. It's slowed its momentum on the downside. It's 305. The negative, obviously, is its market cap, which is $300 million. But this is a nice price point, considering they announced the deals they announced, the money that's supposedly coming in. So I think we're overdue for clarification press release on saying, hey, we got it done, without any room for arguing. So anyway, $3, it's a similar story. I think you can triple your money. I think it's riskier because of the high market cap. And I really, why is it taking so long? That's what bugs me. Why is it taking so long to get the next news out? So I'm having a hard time saying that'll get done in the next 2 weeks for sure, but it might. So anytime now. I think GBUX, if a definitive news comes out, remember, all news, the criminals sell. They just sell. But if it's good news, after they've done their little hissy fit, some buying might come in. GBUX could go to, you double or triple your money, same sort of story. I put it second because time just kills everything, and I just feel like so much time has gone by. But the thing about GBUX that's exciting, and I think Ham knows what he's talking about, it's possible, it's just possible, there's a short squeeze in here. And if that happens, who knows? You could get 10x on your money. So that's the second one. And then my third one is Railtown. Railtown's my favorite. Railtown, RLAIF, is my favorite. However, it too is taking forever. Time is such a, it's people get bored. But here's the positives on Railtown. The stock's not down. If there were something wrong with that deal, that stock would be 15 cents. That's not there. It's 30 cents. It's long overdue for the follow-on news. I mean, we're in the 9th week, maybe the 10th week. I think when the news comes, my big belief with Railtown is when the news comes, and yes, the computers may try to sell off any news. And we don't know how the news is going to come out. It might be complicated. It might be multi news stories. I don't know, because remember, it's a roll up strategy. So I don't know. Do they finish the acquisition which they announced of AI partners and then announce the others within it that they roll up, or do they do it all at once? I have no idea. In other words, it might be more than one announcement to get full clarity. But I think with Railtown, once news comes out, ignoring how criminals just sell, I think a lot of pent-up demand to buy that stock could come in. And I think you're looking, Railtown, I think has a shot to be a 10x out of the gate. When they reprice the company for what it has accomplished in the AI space, I think it has a chance to be a $3 stock. But maybe it only goes up to $1 at first. But still, that's Railtown. And then DJT, Ham called that one. It's 23.28. I can't really add much flavor there, except I do agree with Ham's sense of that. That was a good buy at $18. Sometimes good buys are good buys, but other times they're good buys. And then Finger Motion, 143. What I like about Finger Motion is it's staying above my, there's nothing special, but I think my target of resistance first, $1.41 is now support, $1.41. I mean, you could quibble with me. I'm not very good at it. It might be somewhere between $1.39 and $1.42. But I just picked 141 as my number to focus on with a broad brush. Now it's 143. I do think with Finger you have to wait 6 weeks, but good news, good vibes, good vibrations can happen at any time. And then I think that's everything. I'll check out Northwest Bio, the one I got wrong in the short run. It's 42 cents. Pretty amazing. I don't know where that's from. I've loved you too much now for so long, and I'm too far gone. Wow, I didn't know that. All right. I like GBUX 303 this morning. I like that. That's good. What happens for Finger in 6 weeks? It might be 5 weeks. The earnings. They're going to announce their annual report, and I don't think the earnings per se are going to shake the world, but I think what's important inside of that, you're going to have you and I are going to have information about how last year went. It's already gone, but we're going to be able to extrapolate to how the current year might be. Bankers and investors are going to have, with the annual report, they're going to have audited numbers to work off of, and I imagine there could be a raise. There could be talks of contracts. There could be any number of things. If I were Finger Motion, Jeff, I would be very open and probably aggressively talking to SAIC. I think that's the name of the vehicle company. and maybe about a joint venture. And I'd be really excited to see if they announce some sort of a joint venture. As I've tried to explain many times, if this C2 contract, the control, crime and control, data and control, collection and control, surveillance, and whatever the hell that contract's called, C2 contract, where they're combining their data and their computerizing power, their machinery and cameras with cars, so that the governments can rapidly respond to riots, civil unrest, fires, war, floods, whatever the hell responders respond to. As you know, Finger Motion has put out that they have the exclusive contract to provide this. My stepfather used to call it vehicular creation. Well, this isn't what Finger Motion does. I mean, they sit there and look at computer screens and buy minutes and resell minutes and do computers, and it's putting a manufacturing process or a assembly line in process. That takes hiring people. It takes facilities. It takes training. It takes all manner of things. So the margins are big. The revenues are big, but it doesn't scale the same way things scale online. So things online, AI, gaming, minute telephony, scales just magically. Once you have your equipment, it's all about eyeballs, stickiness, and subscription models, all the crap you hear about. But when you're building out automobiles, SUVs, drones, trucks, which have cameras installed, and then they go up to the cloud and they use data and they use algorithms and they recognize faces and they make predictions, and it goes back to the government's desks, and it's whatever the hell C2 stands for, collection and survey, whatever. That's I won't call it a manufacturing process, but it's at least an assembly process. It might be more of a fabrication. I don't know. I'm not in that business. But you don't get multiples like hockey sticks. You get one-off revaluations, and then you get a multiple that is based on predictable earnings and earnings growth over time. And I don't know, you can look at automobile companies maybe as an example, but when you have an automobile company like Tesla, you've got all sorts of things in there. You've got X, you've got Elon Musk, you've got 13 children, you've got Amber Heard, you've got I don't know how the Boring Company and SpaceX figure in, but you have some aspect of other technologies. You've got batteries. You've got the idea of self-driving. You've got all this upside that nobody can quantify. So they give it huge multiples. And then it's all the buzzwords of good for the environment, save the planet, all the women that went to school at the elite schools and learned how men are destroying the planet. They can drive these cars. Well, now Trump likes, so let's deface those cars. Let's destroy them. I don't know. It gets too confusing. But the point is, future earnings become both huge potentially and completely unknowable. So you slap a 70 multiple on it because, wow, that's exciting. He's so great. And look at all he's doing. He's going to go to Mars. So let's put 70 multiple on it. Well, you come back to Ford Motor. I don't know what Ford Motor Company has on its as its multiple. Let me just look. Ford Motor sells for $10. Used to be one of the great companies, probably run by a woman now. The PE ratio is 6.5. And let's see who runs it before. It's probably a guy. It's probably one of the Fords. All interbred. James Farley. So it's not a woman. Anyway, so that's trading at 6.5 times earnings. Tesla still trades at a massive number. Why? Because when you can't quantify earnings and they could grow explosively, and everyone else is buying in, you say, well, this is justifiable. But when you have a company that it makes electric vehicles, it makes the Pinto, it makes the oversized trucks that sell for $140,000, in whose world anyone could afford them. You give that 6 times earnings. So that's the dynamic that Finger's facing, I think, one dynamic. I don't think that's a negative, by the way. It's just I fell off talking about it because Finger Motion, if this C2 contract becomes the big part of Finger Motion is going to become a different story. If this is the big thing that it is, that'll be in the annual report. If, on the other hand, the big data with insurance is where it's headed, or they're going to do both, we'll find that out in the annual report. Maybe one of the other arms of what they're trying to do takes off, but I think the two areas are, well, the one area is big data that's exciting. The spin-offs are this C2 contract and maybe insurance and maybe cloud computing, but we'll find that out in the annual report. But the big problem, Jeff, for Finger Motion is how do you get from 2 cars to 200? I don't know what the number is. We'll find that out in the annual report. But how do you go from assembling 2 SUVs to assembling 200, 500, 1,000 a year? How do you do it? Do you have the knowledge? Do you have the manpower? Do you have the assembly lines? Can you do it efficiently? Do you have the capital? So how do you grow from 2 to some number that we don't know? That'll be in the annual report, I hope. Or we can project it. How do you grow to the capacity to build out 500 automobiles a year? I don't know. I'll make it up. Without diluting the hell out of your stock if you need capital, because you've got, every time the Chinese government or its states, cities, comes to you under this exclusive contract, fulfill this order. Do you think the first time they can't fulfill it, that contract's going to remain exclusive, Jeff? Do you think if Finger Motion fails to fulfill an order under this exclusive contract, that the contract will remain exclusive? It's maybe, I guess maybe. But how about the second time they fail to honor a contract? Do you think it'll remain exclusive? So it's obvious to me that Finger, my thinking anyway, that Finger is racing to grow its ability to fund these contracts and to perform on these contracts. Two things they're doing at the same time so they can keep this exclusive contract. They've determined it's valuable. I've heard different numbers on its profitability. We'll see that in the annual report. That's in 5 or 6 weeks. I'm guessing it's a 40% profit, 35% profit, if everything goes perfectly. But Jeff, how do you go from 2 cars to 500 cars a year without enough capital on hand? I don't know the answer. My guess is it will be the most glaringly obvious solution is a joint venture with SAIC. Some form of SAIC fronts the money. SAIC manages the billing and and all of the contracts so that the costs are delayed. Or they co-sign to borrow money, or one of their investors or another investor strikes a deal and provides debt financing. Maybe the government comes in, but we don't know any of that now. The annual report will set that into motion. But for Finger Motion on a per share basis to be a good investment, they're going to need to raise enough project capital to go from 2 cars a year to 500 or 1,000 without diluting the F out of the shareholders. I think the first place we find out about that is the annual report describes what has been, so we can go into the future unburdened by the past. Boy. Yeah, I don't think it's a major negative. I agree that they pick a lane, but if they did a joint venture with, let's say, my idea, I mean, it's something I discussed with a friend of mine, and he and I might differ on who had the idea first, but I'm more than willing to credit it to him. If Finger Motion can lock down a joint venture agreement with SAIC, let's say, they can sort of encapsulate that business in one division, and it won't take that much distraction from the C-suite's time to you, because that's really comes from their big data. And it shouldn't take that much time to use that big data in the insurance, use the big data for cloud computing. But I do agree with you. Finger Motion is very likely to have decided that this is their horse. It certainly will be defined this way, I think. Oh, what's Finger Motion do? Oh, well, they've got this huge contract with the Chinese government to supply rapid response and crowd control vehicles using AI, using satellites, using data, and whatever the hell. And it's financed with one of the biggest automobile manufacturer or truck whatever the hell SAIC is. So I think it's good news. I don't, and by the way, just to finish the thought, I don't know what's a good example, but when a beautiful woman comes into a new environment, like I don't know, an industry, like a movie star, or she goes to college, or she goes to, you know, beautiful, smart, talented, classy, all that, goes to maybe to I don't know, goes to work at I don't know how it happens, but at a big Wall Street firm. When she first starts, she has all this options. Every guy's falling in love. Everyone sees all this future for her. The world's her oyster. But as soon as she chooses one guy, I don't know if that's how it is anymore, but as soon as, unfortunately, women don't understand this, but as soon as it becomes clear that, anyway, I won't go down that street. Anyway, once she starts making choices, a lot of that closes off. And then she's not the first on every invite list, because she might be able to set her up with Bob, or set her up with Ali, or set her up with Jake. She's engaged to Chad. Anyway, it's a little like that with this wide open opportunity for this company with big data. Once they pick this automobile area, it could be that's where they're pigeonholed for a while. It's not bad. It's not bad. Even if the multiple is 7x or less, I don't know, 6 or 7x, it should start at a higher level. So you should get a revaluation in Finger Motion's price. And then if that's stable, that earnings projection is stable, you'll have a multiple that grows over time and a stock price that grows over time. And that can catch out the shorts. So I'm not trying to be negative at all. It's just that as things become defined, there's less dreaminess to what could be, because you already know what it is. I don't know. It's hard to explain my thoughts on that. You not very ABC person. I ABC person. My Chinese friend just called me. She's wonderful, but she always lectures me. She invented Vera. When you swipe your credit card, she invented it. But she always, you have to meet my friend Bill Farron. He very nice person. Very nice person. You have to meet him. Come over and meet him. But one thing, he have one big problem. He had a problem. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. And she'd say to me, you have to learn to say 2 words. You have to learn to say 2 words. N-O. Well, yeah, the maintenance contract, yes. Maintenance and data. You know, if you imagine the and that's where my analysis falls down. I'm not claiming to have expertise in AI and data, but imagine once they build out this network of C2 vehicles, not only are they using the data, they're collecting data at a massive rate, and they're getting patterns of behavior and all sorts of crap I can't even describe to you, that they can charge the government every month for that, but maybe they can use that data to create new clients. I mean, the um, the upside is it can be quite exciting when you conceptualize it. All I'm trying to get across, though, is, and it happened in the high tech boom 25 years ago. A lot of these companies, pet.com, everything with a .com on it, went to the moon when they had no earnings. But as soon as you could define their earnings, that moony-ishness, that dreamy-eyed stare became a cold, calculating, skeptical, what the F are you doing? And so multiples came from, infinity, because there's no earnings or revenue, down to, calculate some. Once you can calculate it, the dreaming goes away. So none of the prices have really changed. I wonder how Finger is accepted at these investment conferences when it's difficult to nail down. Exactly. It's not the same company you invested in. That's true, but I mean, that's normal. It's both true and normal. It's a big data company, I suppose. It's a minutes. It's a telephony company. But it's also a company that's tied to built trust with the telecoms in China. It's, the story. It's got the 2 or 3 big insurance companies, but you're right. I mean, that's, if you want to dream big, they could build up their SAIC division, let's call it. They could build up their MetLife division. They could build up their, I don't know if it still exists, the Netflix of Southeast Asia division. They could build up their cloud computing business. They could, and then they could sell those or distribute them to shareholders. Well, Jeff points out, look, Jeff, I agree with you. You don't want toxic lending. Unfortunately, when a company goes on Adina Friedman's NASDAQ, that's all she offers. She offers indifference, arrogance, dismissiveness, and the requirement that you put women on your board. That's going on NASDAQ now. NASDAQ used to be an advocate for shareholders and the companies. They took pride in it. Now when a company goes on NASDAQ, immediately they're running against getting delisted. Immediately their advisors at Chadron and Aubrey say, or their CEO, well, we've got a reverse split. Immediately helping out the criminals. That's how it's set up now. That's how it's set up. All financing on Wall Street is toxic. All of it, for companies that need capital under the price of $10. It's all toxic. JP Morgan puts out an at the money offering, at the market offering. When you read into the documents, it's all derivatives. They turn those computers on, bing, bing. They go around the world, ting, tong, ting, ting, tong, and they sell, they match, they do, bum, blah, blah, blah. No human beings involved. And the ascent of that trade are the shareholders and the CEOs. That's where the profits are coming from. The skimming comes from the CEOs and the shareholders. They steal from us. So that, I said it the other day, the wealth that the top 1% owns is equivalent to all the wealth the middle class owns in the United States. And a lot of that wealth is, unless they married and got divorced, like Amazon's Jeff Bezos gave half, but he's still building his wealth because he had to marry the most available woman in the United States. Had to get her off the market before somebody else grabbed her. But you'll notice characteristics about the people running the top financial firms, the top Mag 7 firms, the top hedge funds. And we'll just limit it to the most obvious characteristics. They're white males. But they're progressive. They didn't vote for Trump, and we love them, but they're white males. They hire the occasional lean-in chick like Sheryl Sandberg, but they're white males. And we love it. Our country loves it. They lecture us, but they don't do anything to stop it. And so Wall Street is set up so all financing accrues to the interests of these men. And they live in a playground none of us can imagine. Jeff Bezos can lose half his fortune and still be one of the wealthiest people in the world as he loses interest in his first wife and chases the glamour of USA's most available woman. So it's hard to get away from toxic lending. Even Jeff Bezos faced shorting, and Zuckerberg faced shorting of their stock. But it was all well managed. Those profits came to the same coterie of connected men, primarily, white primarily. And that money stays inside that funnel, and everybody that works within it and doesn't talk too much about it, they know who they can call for the next time, and the wealth just agglomerates. It just collects on the side of this artery of cash flowing like cholesterol on a bloodstream. I don't know what you do to get away from toxic lending. I think if Finger Motion goes to Roth Capital, it will almost certainly 99% odds be toxic lending. I do think there's a way to break out. One is don't go to Roth Capital. Go to your shareholders. The other is do a joint venture with SAIC. The other is do a joint venture with somebody else. So I think there's ways out of it. But if you get into an MULN situation or a Northwest Bio situation, they love it. These are ticks. These are tapeworms. These are blood-sucking scumbags. And all they want is to create an organism that stays alive so they can suck the very life out of it without killing it. They don't mind killing it because they can go find another. So, yeah, it's going to be hard for Finger to avoid toxic lending. Margins won't be that high if the contracts are similar. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. And the margins, certainly if they do a joint venture, the margins won't be that high. Maybe 15% to Finger and 15% to SAIC. You know, so you're right about that. So what, Bill, my only point is it's a great contract. It's brilliant. But once sort of an actuary or an accountant or a statistician or a overpaid wanker sits down with it and says, okay, you start with 2 cars, you're going to go to 2,000. That's fantastic. And it's going to cost you X. What does it do to your cap table? And that's the amount of profit. And it takes how long? Okay, let's present value this. Let's put a risk factor on it. And we'll calculate all the taxes and the deductions as best we can. And ping, our computer comes up with present value of your stock is $21 a share, or whatever. So it can be huge. But then the growth from that $21 level is going to be based on execution of that contract and maybe surprises in some of the other areas, like it can get bigger and bigger and bigger. But predictability takes away the dreams. When I owned my Harley Davidson dealership, I got all the girls. We had many local and state police contracts. That's a good idea. SAIC could lease the vehicles and Finger just does the outfitting. I like your word. Outfitting is the right word. See, you know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's get off of Finger. After all, I just got off of whatever. The earnings date is 5/28. Yeah, but Ham said June 1, so I don't know which one. If Rail is OTC, does that make shorts automatically naked and not available to borrow? No, but look, there's no difference. It's hard to conceptualize. If you reach into your pocket and you pull out the cash you have in your pocket, I'm going to guess you're a lot like me. It's probably under $100. It might be $100. And if you forgot it at home, it doesn't bother you that much. But that's cash. That's physical cash. But your account at the bank, you got $10,000 in it. You got $100 in physical, you got $10,000 at the bank. So you can use your card. But what does the bank do with it, Justin? Your $10,000, they lend it out. They use it as a reserve calculation so they can lend out money. Now, theoretically, it's 10 to 1. But I think if you went to the greed level of most banks with the put of the FDIC, the Obama run on that he's going to fight against, where he's going to protect folks, and then when he's in office, what he does is protect the banksters. Well, imagine if that's how Obama was. Imagine how it is now. So it's bankster, look out for the bankster class first. So I'm guessing that banksters have pushed the leverage, everyone from JP Diamond to Charles Moynihan to I don't know all the names of the banksters. They've pushed these limits. I think we're at 100 to 1. 100 to 1. So you have $10,000 in your bank account. It might be out there in the system as $1 million. It's great when everything's going well, but it's a loan to several of Bill's clients to buy Harleys. It's a loan to someone to buy a Ford, someone to buy a restaurant, somebody to buy a house, someone to go to school. The credit card loans. So you have your $10,000. And you can go to the ATM. Hey, I know it's real. I can go to the ATM. Bing, bing, bing. I can get my cash. It's real. Well, how much can you get out of your ATM at a time? 300, 500, 800? Can't get your whole 10,000 out of the ATM at one time. If you around here, 10,000, it's close. I would guess if I went into one of my 3 banks and asked for 10,000 in cash, I would at least be told, why can you come back after lunch? Or we can give you half of that now, and one of those things. But on the other hand, maybe 10,000 is not enough to cause trouble. But if 4 people came in and each asked for 10,000, the bank would have to probably would have to make arrangements. So you walk around thinking, hey, I've got real cash. The bank statement says I have cash. Anytime I need to go to get my ATM, I get cash. So therefore, what's on my statement is real. That's how you think. That's how I think. You use that same analysis with a question like this. Because you don't understand, I I understand it because I've been in it so long, but I understand why it's not clear. It's not a question of intelligence. It's not a question of paying attention. They make it confusing on purpose. Let me just Google if an answer comes up. They all go back to the same crap. See, that's the thing. The news out there is controlled by BlackRock. So they manipulate with how you get information and think. So I question it, and they take it back to 1968. That's not it. They bring it, they try to, so I'm just going to have to tell you what they did. I can't find a date quickly. But sometime about 2010, 2011, my Morgan Stanley account said, it might have been, it's sometime around then, it might have been a little earlier. William, we can no longer hold certificates in safekeeping in your name. Prior to that, they had started, and it was in the 80s when we would sell at Merrill Lynch the CMA account, the cash management account. This was a way of giving the incentive to the client. If somebody came and opened an account with us, it was a normal account. And as I look back on my career, I should have just focused totally on the CMA account. And some people did. But what they wanted people to do was to move from the regular account to the cash management account. Why? Because the cash management account gave you everything. But to sign into it, you had to sign a margin agreement. You had to sign that your shares were going to go into type 2. They had to go into street name. Well, that started in the 80s and it went through the 90s. Somewhere after I left the business, the brokerage firms decided that to have your account there, you couldn't have type 1 anymore. You could not have certificates unless you were wealthy, I presume. You could not have certificates in your name. They had to go into type 2 in street name. And then at some point in the zeros or in the teens or right around 2010, it might have been sooner, earlier, every single certificate in the United States which wishes to take advantage of our so-called markets has to be electronic. If you want to be able to trade at E-Trade or Morgan Stanley or Merrill Lynch or at Jones, anywhere, now you have to first get your certificate into the system. The system now, just electronic, just type 2, just street name. What Wall Street has done is to try to replicate in the securities market the banking system. So what happens in your bank account, you have $100 in your pocket, you can go get 500 on the ATM. It's real. I can do it anytime. I can do it tomorrow. There's usually a limit on a day for a reason. They can send the trucks around at night to reallocate their cash they hold in reserve, because not everybody asks for their cash all on the same day. And it's predictable. And the computers predict it. They know at each branch X amount of cash is going to be required. And sometimes it gets out of whack, but on average, this is what it's going to be. They send out the trucks, they rebalance it while you're not looking. You never know that the system has $100 out for your $1 you deposited. Because 100 people don't, every loan becomes a deposit somewhere else. But system-wide, 100 people don't come and ask for their $1. 10 might. 10 might. So you got to make sure you have $10 available. If they have that much. But no one asks for the rest except in cases of extremity. It's called fractional reserve banking. And once the banks own Congress, own the DTCC, own the government, and own Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama. The only one they don't own is Trump, but everyone hates Trump because women let him grab them by their let them. So we all hate him. And he's a racist, he's a Nazi, he's a fascist. I mean, his daughter is Jewish. His grandchildren are Jewish, but he's a fascist. And we all believe that. I don't know. We're so gullible. As he aids the world's war criminal, Adolf Netanyahu, in the slaughter of an entire population. The potential slaughter, certainly the destruction of the conditions of life. The conditions of life do not exist for 2.5 million people. But anyway, so you've got fractional reserve banking for your $10,000. And you think that's all normal. It's FDIC insured. I can get my physical anytime I want. I've got $100 physical dollars in my pocket. I can go to the ATM. I can go in and take my 10 grand out. Everything's hunky-dory. But you never give thought to the fact that they tell you the fractional reserve banking system is leveraged 10 to 1. It's probably 100 to 1. So it means the reserves in the banking system are probably $1 for every $100 out there. But the fact that we now use debit cards means we don't need cash. We now use Venmo. We don't need cash. We now use Zelle. We don't need cash. We now use Apple Pay and Amazon Link or whatever the hell it is. We don't need cash. These are all electronic. We don't need cash. So they've been able to expand their reserve requirement, or the inverse of that. They've been able to expand how much money they can put out versus how much money they keep in. Their algorithms show we only need $1 for every 100 we put out there. And if it ever gets in trouble, we can call up Congressman. I'll let you kiss my ass if you give me enough money, and I'll let you do anything. And he'll print some more money for us, or he'll put a legislation through, or we can call the Fed, and they'll bail our butt out. Or if we get to, we're just big, we'll focus on being big. If we run in trouble, they'll bail us out, the whole bank. So we've leveraged up our banking system. So Justin, you're comfortable with that. You've never had a problem with it. You've never gone to the bank and not been able to get cash. And in fact you don't need cash. You can buy your coffee for a little bling on your debit card. You can buy your gasoline with your credit card or your debit card. You can get into the Rolling Stones concert with your Apple Pay. You can get into the Taylor Swift concert, probably more slowly than you want to leave it, but you can get in there with your even your palm recognition. You don't need cash. So you're all comfortable with electronic entries because cash. And cash is cash. Money is money. It's fungible. Now you come over to the securities system. These geniuses, they're in the banking system. You wonder how they afford their lifestyle. You give them $10,000 and they're making a little bit of money on you, but not much. How do they afford all those employees, all those branches, all the pamphlets, all the golf trips? How do they afford it all? They turn your $10,000 into $1 million. They charge fees on $1 million. Not 10,000. Your 10,000 enables them to earn fees on $1 million. And you can do some thought games with a pad of paper and start to realize if they're making 1% across $1 million in fees, that's the entirety of the 10,000 you put in. So the equity vanishes right there. Banking's a bloody good business to get into. And there's a reason why certain types of people, straight white males, except maybe the guy at Apple isn't straight, get into it. That's why credit card business, that's why the airlines get into credit cards. Everybody gets into it because you take a small amount of reserves and you magnify your so-called assets under management, which you're charging fees on. Now, I think you can understand what I'm saying as it relates, if you start thinking about it, as it relates to your banking account. Well, what has Wall Street done? It took them 30, 40 years to do it. Bill Clinton was the biggest movement forward. But every president has been bought and purchased since, except for Trump. So what did they do? Let's just say the whole stock market is 1 million shares of Railtown. Let's say that's the whole stock market. Or let's not say it's the whole stock market. Let's say that's your brokerage firm. Your brokerage firm, let's just say your broker. Doesn't matter. It starts somewhere. But your broker manages 1 million shares of Railtown for you. She's not making much money on that. But if she can get you over time to get comfortable, and they make it a requirement that your Railtown has to be in electronic form, it cannot be physical. To get your shares in physical form costs you money, costs you time, costs you phone calls. Used to be you could ask for them. Can't get it done without a major pain. And then you're out of the system. You can't trade them. If you took them out, you can't trade them. And it takes 60 days at a minimum to get them back in, plus thousands of dollars. So once you're in the system, what happens? Your broker, she has 1 million shares of Railtown. So under her management, she has $300,000. She's able to charge you 2.5% for her management abilities because she's so good. And she dresses well. And she went to 3 weeks of training, and she has a nice smile, and her voice is comfortable over the phone. So she can make $7,500 a year on you. Do you get it? 1 million shares of Railtown. She's putting you in one of her wrapped accounts at 2.5%. Oh, you don't have to pay for anything. You just pay an annual fee. You don't understand how hard it is to manage accounts. So we'll just wrap it. And all right, so in this example, she makes $7,500 a year. The house probably keeps 40% of that. We'll assume she's a high producer. So she puts in her pocket every year $4,500 on your 1 million shares of Railtown at 30 cents, and she does nothing. That's the wrap fee, and let's assume it stays like that for the next 10 years. She'll make 45 grand on your 300,000, and assuming that were just the way it is, that money has to come somewhere. You're either going to bring that over that 10 years, you're going to pay that 45,000, or you're going to start selling down your Railtown. I'm just saying everything ceteris paribus, everything is all things being equal. Now, if your 1 million shares of Railtown, it could be anything, mutual fund, bonds, anything. But if over that 10-year period, your Railtown grows at 10% a year, gross, well, there's no problem. They just deduct the 2.5%, you net 7.5%. And hey, she makes 45,000 on your 1 million shares for 10 years. And I guess you would make 135,000. And you feel like, hey, okay, that's great. I think it's a really bad deal myself, but that's what everybody does. They hand their money over to these wealth advisors. And she's working, it's such hard work doing this, managing your account. And she realizes, what if I lent out Justin's Railtown to Yelena? I'll call up Yelena. Hey, Yelena, I think you should buy 1 million shares of Railtown. It's 30 cents. Yeah, I like it for this reason and that reason. And man, you know, all my clients are doing it. And Yelena says, okay, I'll do it. But she doesn't have any shares to sell, Yelena. So she calls you, Justin. She said, Justin, I want to borrow your 1 million shares. You can always call it back anytime you want. And I want to lend it out to Yelena. They do this without asking you. But let's just say they do it above. And you know what, Justin? We'll let you keep your account here for free. We won't charge you the 2.5%. Something like that. Let's skip that part of it for now, because they don't tell you it now. They don't call you. They just do it. Let's make that the example. Your shares are in a margin account, a CMA account. Over time, she's moved you from shares in safekeeping, type 1, to shares in type 2 through a cash management account. So let's assume your 1 million shares are in margin right now. Because that's what it is everywhere. They're in type 2. When I say in margin, doesn't mean you're borrowing against them. It just means they're in type 2. They're set up so you could borrow against them if the stock ever went above $2, $5. But the point is, they're in the street name of her firm. Let's say she works at Alexander Armstrong. So, no, that's a real person. Let's say she works at Deutsche Bank Securities, Deutsche Bank. So your broker has you in 1 million shares. That's her whole account base. And she's going to make 45 grand off of you over 10 years. But then she gets a great idea. I will get Yelena to buy 1 million shares, and I'll charge her 2.5% to manage her money too. Well, let's say she's working with her back office. You don't know it because that's the fact. You don't know it. So your 1 million shares has suddenly become 2 million shares. And in this world I've just created, there's one broker. Now she, instead of making $4,500 a year on your shares, she's now doubled it to $9,000. She goes, wow, that's great. I'm going to do that again. So she calls up Jennifer and Jason and Peter and Thomas and Yolanda. And anyway, she ends up turning your 1 million shares into 10 million shares across her book. By lending your 1 million shares first to Yelena, then she rehypothecates that 1 million shares to Peter, rehypothecates that 1 million shares to Yolanda, rehypothecates that 1 million shares to Fred, and she does it 10 times. Now she's making $4,500 a year from you, but she's making it across 10 clients. She's making 45 grand a year. Over 10 years, she'll make 450,000. And what happened? It's the same security. It's your million shares of RLAIF. But now all of a sudden, under her management, she's got 10 million shares that she's charging fees on. And I can't do the arithmetic, but you could actually create a situation where she's charging so much fees on that expanded amount that your original shares conceptually would be consumed by those fees. But the key to how this works, they don't tell you. All the shares are electronic, so you don't know. You can't take your shares out of the system. It's better than the banking system. There's no ATM. This is what Wall Street's become. My words, my concept, but I'm sure others, I mean, it's not that hard to come up with. We have a fractional reserve security system now. The problem is securities aren't cash. Love is love, you know, cash is cash, but securities are different than each other. So when you ask if Rail is OTC market, does that make shorts automatically naked and not available to borrow? It just means you don't understand what, but you're not the only person. And I bet your eyes glazed out over with my long explanation right now. I don't know how to teach it to people. There are no physical shares. Everything's electronic. The only thing that's even remotely physical is what's held at DTCC, but it too is a book entry system. The physical is the part of the fiction that the auditors and the back office agrees is physical. The rest is just, it's just electrons dancing to and fro. It's all electronic. Being on the over-the-counter market doesn't mean that there's shares available to borrow or naked or any. They don't care about all that. When you see what shares are available, that's just so you think there's a system in place. They ignore that. Oh, God, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. Let me just try to summarize what I was just trying to say. You can assume that every short position on Wall Street is in violation of settlement. You can assume that. Trying to understand whether it's naked, legitimate, real, not real, it's just a waste of energy. It's a waste of energy, in my opinion. And then you're going to say, well, why would there ever be a short squeeze? And you start to get to where I am. You start to get to where I am. I think the reason short squeezes happen now is when they start losing money. Bottom line, just to say one thing, when the prime broker starts losing money rapidly, they'll call it to a close, because everything costs money. You can't hypothecate without it being expensive. Margin leverage, like I just described to you, in your bank account of 1 to 100, that's beautiful as long as the economy is growing, as long as you have inflation, as long as the government debt is going from 20 trillion under Obama to 36 trillion under Trump, it can all work. That's why the debt goes up. And then the pieces that the white straight men take makes them rich. And then we argue about different things. Oh, you sound like Hitler. Oh, you sound like a misogynist. Oh, you hate Hillary. Oh, you know, and while we're arguing, they're just taking money from us. Anyway, I don't know. I'm going to stop. I can't come up with a summary of what I just tried to explain to you. Hey, I'm live, and Jason has come up with the most brilliant question. Finger, any updates?
Yes.
Okay, you can go.
Well, yesterday, Jason, if you listened, I told everyone DJT was going to go, right?
I know, brilliant.
Did I say that?
You did. I think you said it around $18 or $19.
No, well, that was before. But
that was before, yeah.
Yesterday, I picked it at 22.80, whatever it was, 22.80. No, 21.80. It closed at 22.50, and today it hit 24.14. All right, so the key to the whole game right now is DJT. The president is asking for the SEC to investigate naked short selling in DJT. What stock did you think was going to go first? DJT?
AMC?
Right, AMC was going first. So it was right there for people to pick off. My good friend Mitch bought the 25s. He paid $1 for them. I think they were $1.90 or something like that. So, I mean, people bought these things. They bought options based on what we said. That's number one. After that, it's going to trickle down to all of our stocks. That's how it works. Listen, we're looking at something that's going to change the world here. And we got it. You know what it is. All the DJ holders that I know are morons. They have no idea what naked short selling is. It's Ma and Pa that follow President Trump. They bought the stock. They have no idea about naked short selling.
I'm glad you're not calling me a moron. I don't own any.
I was trying to call you a moron. You cut me off before I got to you. Listen, people, I just kind of told everybody, listen, if you don't feel it and you don't see it, then I don't know what to tell you anymore. People go, why is the finger moving? I says, because it goes when it goes. When the shorts cover, you won't even get a chance to buy a share. That's how fast it's going to happen. And because if DJT just explodes, is anybody on this phone chasing DJT right now? No one, right?
I would have bought calls. I told you if I had money, but I didn't.
No, I'm not saying that, but now the stock is up to 24. Who on this phone is chasing it? Right?
Well, okay.
I'm just talking as a trader. There's not a chance in hell that I'd be chasing something that I paid $22.80 for. I'm going to buy it at $24 today.
I agree.
The only thing I would do is sell my stock and buy calls. That's the only way I would address that whole situation. is to buy cheap calls.
Yeah.
So, okay, I was a trader. If MU was going up, I would look for stocks that are in the technology space that would go next. That's how it works. We're in the naked short selling space. If our leader, DJT, which doesn't have the valuation to where it is, that's all I've been hearing from people, it's not worth $24. Okay. Who's buying it? Shorts are trying to cover. The market today, William, is up $1,000, correct?
I don't know. I didn't look.
I think it's up 1,000. Why is the market going up 1,000 today? Is because we have a new SEC chief in here, and I'm sure he was instructed to fix the stock settlement system. So the shorts in Intel and NVIDIA and Tesla are trying to cover. That is what's going on. Those are the big boys. The big boys are covering. And we posted, and I posted 1,000 times, settle the trades, and the market will explode and the economy will boom, right? Because if we make money, what are we all going to do? We're going to spend it. And that's what's going on. The hedge funds are buying it, and all the retail people are sitting here watching it and don't have a clue what to do. That's just nothing else I can say, because 50 people already questioned me. How come GBUX isn't going up? Or Finger isn't going up? It's okay with me that they don't go up. But you're missing your opportunity of your lifetime. I'm not. I'm invested. I'm in. GBUX has been sold off 8 straight days in a row. I don't know any stock that could be sold 8 days in a row. 8 days in a row trying to push it down. Now they're washing trades because they have settlement issues. And I posted with him yesterday. After the close, they crossed 17,800 shares yesterday, William, at 405. Funny, Thursday, they crossed the same 17,800 the other day at 405. Remember I told you about that? They've done it 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
So there's your volume. Their fake volume is going back and forth, and it's right in front of you to see. The company last night, William, I don't know if you've seen it, has approval for their special dividend. May 15th is the record date. Will be distributed to the brokerage firms on the 21st.
Where did you find that? I checked Edgar.
Well, it's on the news. Go to Yahoo. It's on the news.
Oh, it's on the news. Okay.
May 15th is the record date. The record date on a special dividend is the day. You just so you understand, everyone. Stocks never stop trading and count up the investors. For example, on Friday, after the market closes, the DTC should stop trading, settle all the transactions, and they can count out and see how many investors are in each company, right? But they never do it. They never count up the investors. When you issue a special dividend, the record date, you get a snapshot of the holders as of May 15th. Everybody who owns the stock, it's a snapshot. It will never change again. That's the only time you actually get to know how many longs are in a stock. The only time. So if GBUX has 3.3 million more longs than they're supposed to have shares, there's your fraud right there. And now the brokerage firms have to go get the people their dividends. That's why you do a special dividend. A special dividend in Dole Foods exposed 13 million counterfeit shares. Patrick Byrne did a special dividend, and what happened? They squeezed the stock before he issued the dividend. It went from 3 to 128. That's what a special dividend does. Why doesn't Elon Musk do it? He's standing here taking a beating from all these people attacking him for helping the country out, right? All the Democrats are attacking Elon Musk for helping save the country money. Fuck them. Go issue a dividend on Twitter, SpaceX, even if you gave everybody one physical share of those companies. One share. The shorts can't deliver shares of a private company. And every investor that owns Tesla wouldn't want to share a SpaceX or want to share a Twitter, right, for free. His stock will be 1,000 before you blink an eye. But these companies don't do anything. They sit around like the Statue of Liberty. President Trump, do something in DJT, issue a dividend. Something, make up something, whatever it may be. But you know what? He's doing it the right way. He's called the SEC up. He put a guy in charge. And the day before, 2 days before this guy gets sworn in, Trump comes out and is now bitching about naked short selling and manipulation by short sellers. I don't know about you, but he's telling you it's coming. And people don't want it. People are sitting around looking at me. Well, the stock isn't going. I said, would you rather pay $5 for it or $1.50? I don't know what do you want me to do for you? I don't know what you want me to do. Do you have any questions, William? Anyone?
Yeah.
The gentleman wants an update on Finger.
Yeah.
There's a new video of Martin Shen talking about what's going on with the company. He's at some sort of event in Las Vegas, I think, next week. I'm not sure. Justin
bought GBUX at $3.03 this morning. What's going on with GBUX?
They just issued a special dividend. Read the news. It's on the tape. Can you see it, William?
Yeah, I do.
May 15th. People, remember this. Short sellers just hit a sell button, right? Public companies have to file, get things approved by FNGR, do this, that, the other thing. Very different. And people no one really understands it. Unless you work for a public company, I'm going to give you an example how stupid a public company is. I was trying to help us out, William, I've been pitching a company.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No. Once you get that cough, you can't get rid of it. I spoke with the CEO of CHRS. I don't know what price it is, $1, $2, $3, I'm not sure. They have over 1 billion shares short. And I proposed to this guy, help him to get it exposed. He wants the data, but he doesn't want to buy it from Tom Rock. So basically, he won't do anything because he doesn't have the proof to show to his board of directors. So basically, he's not going to do anything, and he's going to let his company just sit here and flounder. He thinks his stock is going to go up because of who they are.
Rots of rocks.
They have money. They'll grind it out. I guess.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Right.
Look up collective audience. It ground itself up to 0 by 0.
Right. That's what's going to happen to him. You know, it's just if you don't fight back, where are you going? Trading 2 million shares a day is going nowhere. I'm telling people you got to fight back, and they don't fight back. It's just remarkable.
People, they make everything so complicated and comfortable that people don't think. And I just think what you and I need to do is go get the Philadelphia Stock Exchange or the Boston Stock Exchange. Start one seat, start trading one company. And if we do it the way it used to be done, we'll have so much business by the end of the year. We'll have 1,000 companies trading. We'll be making money. But
unfortunately, we can't fight the system with no money. That's the problem.
You'd probably need 100 million to get it up and running.
Right. I could do it overseas with the help of a foreign government, But for some reason, they all, I don't have the money to go traveling around the globe trying to get this thing done.
Just seeing if there's any questions. No, there doesn't seem to be a lot of questions. One guy here pointing out that in the long run is true. We've done a bear market.
Listen.
He's not being negative.
No, I'm just trying to show you that no one thinks it's a longer run than me. I've been doing it for 25 years.
Yeah, I know.
I've had my highs, my lows, my ups, my downs. Okay. You think you're gonna win, and all of a sudden you don't win. Go back and do Rick's show with Chris Cox. When Chairman Cox put that video out, calling naked short selling a fraudulent activity, we thought we won back then in 2006 or 2007 whenever we put that video out.
Yeah.
And they came up with Rick's show, and there's 100 loopholes attached to Rick's show where they could still rob everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, we fought them as hard as we could. But we have the president. We have Elon Musk, who hates the shorts. Everybody. How are they still allowing this to go on one more minute? Got me.
It's where the money is.
Well.
In Hand's opinion, if GBUX squeezes before record date for dividend, should we sell it and lose the day? Yeah, of course. That's a calculation.
Get your money off.
It's only worth 10%.
Right.
Anyway, I'll let you answer it instead of talking.
Absolutely. You do what's best for you. If the stock's running, you don't need the dividend. Take the profit. It reminds me of my friend Rhonda out of Kentucky. She owned the stock 20,000 shares. I think it was $1 she paid for it. The stock went to 100. But she wanted to wait because she wanted to wait until a year was up to sell it because she didn't want to pay the taxes on it.
Well, she avoided the taxes.
She avoided the taxes. The stock went to 0.
Yeah.
1 to 100 to 0.
Yeah.
But she didn't want to do it. I couldn't believe it. To this day, I still can't believe it.
Life's a bitch, then you marry one. Do you think the new SEC will make a press release about short selling that would precede covering, or do you think we'll see covering first and then a release afterwards?
What are you seeing right now in the stock market?
Not much, because I'm talking to everybody. I'm seeing my big nose.
The stock market is up, William. The market was falling off a cliff yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
It's up 900 right now.
Sentiment can change on a dime.
What's changing it today is that we have a new SEC commissioner, and Donald Trump is telling them that he's going after the short sellers, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what's different, and that's what's going on in all these names. Naked shorts are in Intel, they're in AMD, they're in this one, they're in Apple, you name it, they're everywhere. So these guys are trying to square their positions up and cover. Citadel, I'm sure, is around the board saying, listen, sell 10 shares today, okay, but I want you to buy back 50.
Right.
So if you sell 10, I want you to buy 50, so we'd be net positive of plus 40 shares on the buy. That's what Citadel's doing today. That's what Virtue's doing today. That's what big hedge funds are doing today. We, unfortunately, own shitty stocks, small cap stocks, and we have a short seller out of the Caymans who has one position, he's short GBUX. We have Finger Motion, which is Lynn Partners and his buddies offshore. They're not short Intel. They're not short. They're short only here. And when they start to buy, they have to put a gun in their own mouth and blow their brains out. Those are the short positions that we have. But because we have these one-hit wonders here, these stocks will explode and go crazy like you've never seen before. And that's where the education has come in. Because if you own the stock in Finger Motion and it goes 1 to 10 today, you may sell 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares, but you won't be dumping the whole thing acting like you're a thief in the night, trying to run away from it because you know 1 to 10, the next stop is going to be 300. So people will not run away. And these other days, people are running away. DJT, as soon as it goes up, everybody I know is flipping it, trading it. No one's holding on to it, they're flipping it. That's how it works. Yeah, take your time. I'm just sitting here. So right. I heard from a DJT shareholder that I believe has ties to Devin Nunes, and he said that the SEC is going to make statements. I posted that.
Oh, that was this question, yeah. Do you know the stock SMCI?
Let me look. No, I do not.
All right. Well, don't worry about it.
Super microcomputer. Is this the one that was a big one? I don't remember. Is this the one that was tied to NVIDIA? Or that was MicroStrategy?
I don't know what it is.
STR?
It's just it just says the guy says it's a heavy short.
I'm sure. They're all these stocks, and that's why they're covering these names. I just told you the ratio is probably buy 50 shares, sell 10 shares. That's what they're doing today.
Yeah.
And just look at GBUX. It just went to 10 twice. Who continues to try to sell it down on big volume? It never went up on big volume, so no one's selling it. Where's all the stock coming from? Every day, it'll stop, it'll turn, and then it'll rip back up again. And just remember, they're short 3 million, they're going to be short 3,300,000, 10% more.
It is tied to NVIDIA. Maybe it's the one that floated. I don't know. The one that just went public.
Yeah, they killed that stock. Yeah, they killed it.
Yeah.
Like I said, just watch the big stocks. They're covering all these names. Ken Griffin has been told start covering. The SEC will tell, the attorneys at the SEC will get off their ass once they know what's going on, what Atkins is going to do. And they tell the attorney friends at all these big firms that represent Ken Griffin or Virtue, hey, they're coming to get you.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe me, just go watch The Big Short with the young girl at the pool saying, hey, there's the guy from Goldman. What are you doing with him? Oh, I want to go work for him when I leave the SEC. That's what they all do. You tip them off, and then you get rewarded later on. That's how it works. And you go work for a nice big law firm. That's what they all do. But the opportunity, listen, I don't want to sound like Jerry Lewis, the Jerry Lewis telethon here, but your opportunity to make a lot of money is now. You asked me the timing. Trump is calling it out. He can't just get them, the SEC, to settle his stocks. He has to do everybody. Correct?
I guess.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you tell me.
I don't think he's going to do everybody.
He has to. You don't think he's going to do all the stocks? You just think he's.
I don't see how he can do the. But anyway, you and I have a difference on that. I don't see how he can do the big stocks at all. But the little ones, yes, I think he can do. But
that's what's going to happen.
I just don't. If he wants to destroy the whole stock market, he could go after the short position in Apple or Exxon or Tesla. But those big boys can take care of themselves. I think he's going to go after, DJT's not a big stock. I mean, I guess it is compared to what we deal with, but it hasn't established itself yet. think he'll go after that.
No, listen, I have friends that short DJT. I mean, they think that Trump is basically a loser and that his companies suck. I'm not giving him my opinion on it. The hell do I know about DJT? I see Truth Social. It looks just like Twitter to me. I don't even know what the hell are they doing. I have no idea.
There's guys out there that thinks our stocks are down because Trump's president, because they hate Trump so much.
What?
Nothing. Never mind. But just the whole people can't get in
I
their
want to
head.
hear that warped thinking. I love hearing it. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. But go ahead.
No, it's all right. There is somebody that blames Trump for the fact that these stocks have been shorted to oblivion, which I don't know how you get there. But, when Trump is the evil one. Anyway, Ryan asks you something about the FBI. Will the FBI raid the hedge funds? No, I don't think so. But let's see what Ham says.
I think they are.
Okay. Tell him. He wants to hear about it.
Listen. You all right?
Yeah.
I told you get hot water and put honey in it. Now, you don't drink the tea. Just do that.
I bought a Glock instead.
A gun?
Just kidding.
That'll take care of you. That'll take care of your headache. I think they're going to show a sign of force. I think you're going to see it. I think we're all going to be, I think the government's going to go after them. I think the FBI is going to go raid some of these places. And that's the message that's going to be sent. 100%, I believe that. You can't have guys, I forget the name, Black Tower, out of the Cayman Islands, selling stock through ASCM. We all reported on it. I copied the FBI 1,000 times on it. And let them get away with it. Everyone knows Lynn Partners. I had the truck in front of the SEC 15 or 16 times. Jeff Easton's face is well known in D.C. The Secret Service, I gave them the information on Jeff Easton. I gave it to the FBI. I gave it to the DOJ. I gave it to everybody.
Meghan Markle is dating Jeff Easton. No, just kidding.
Who is Meghan Markle? I mean, who is she? I forgot who she is.
She married Prince Harry. Can BlackBerry finally go with Finger and GBUX?
BlackBerry's another one that there's a big short in it, but I don't know what these companies are doing behind the scenes, so you have to make your own decision on that. I try to carry BlackRock all the time. I mean, excuse me, Best Buy.
I had a friend that he had a huge, if I'm remembering correctly, he had a huge trade in BlackBerry, like 20 million shares or something, or it was 10 million shares at $22. Anyway, he made a lot of money on it. Long time ago. You're right. It was more than 10 years ago.
Yeah, I just think that, listen, this game has been going. They need to take back the stock market. It's out of control. There's a few people stealing all the money, and millions upon millions are losing all their money.
Exactly. And we don't.
It just can't keep going on like that.
As long as we're drunk on TikTok and being busy and all that, we're happy. Hey, everything's great. We don't look at it.
I said before, William. I said before, and no disrespect for anybody. To MMTLP or GTII. For the 9 millionth time, those stocks are not trading. There is nothing we can do or say that can change it. The people in MMTLP, okay, all the leaders, all those people need to get their fat asses, get on a plane, go to DC, and go bang a drum in front of the SEC. That's all they have to do. Keep doing it. Go there for 5 days and annoy the shit out of them. Make flyers and give them out to everybody. That's what they need to do. That's what they need to do. Not continue pressing on Twitter. They're a special situation. Go get it done. GTII, John Forrester, they're working with the courts to get back that CEO shares, and it's off to the races. But until they trade, what do I give a shit if I can't make any money trading in it? What am I going to talk about? There's nothing to talk about. And both those names, there's nothing to talk about. All the information's out here. They both are not trading. When they start trading, then we can get excited about it because I can make money with it. Until then, I'm not in the daily fight for MMTLP. I don't have a penny invested in it. I'm cheering them on. I got friends that have it. I'm with you. But get your own ass, get out to DC and go get it done.
Not that this is the same context, but him and myself, we were trained and we had to survive by producing. So if I came in every day at my desk and focused on the trade I lost a year ago, but it's in court and it's in front of Congress, and let's keep talking about it. They take my computer away, then they take away my sales assistant.
Right.
They move my desk closer to the elevator, and then they put me on the elevator and kick me out and take my key because I'm not producing. All I'm doing is talking about something that used to be. Anyway, it's not an insult. That's going to take its own course, but to make money, that's what they wanted you to be doing each day. Come in and try to make money.
That's exactly right. So that's what I try to tell people. I'm looking for things that can change my life. Don't worry, I've done everything I can for GTII and FNGR. I should be in the MMTLP. I put the truck out there. I always try to help them out. I got them in Charlie Payne. I got them West Christian. That's all I can do. I'm not walking with a sign for you. I have no money vested in it. So no disrespect. Get your fat asses, go to DC, and bang on doors. There's 65,000 of you. Get 1,000 of them. Go to DC. Give it a shot. Now's the time to go for it. Someone who's in charge of the whole group, get your asses up and go do it. Go stand in Washington. Make some noise. Go stand in front of the Washington Post. Whatever. Do something. I think I've done enough. And I think the stocks that I'm following are going to take off. Just the way it is. When they do take off, these guys can't hold it down. They keep trying to just manipulate 100 shares back and forth. Yesterday, William, Finger Motion traded 400,000 shares. 60% of it was reported as naked shorting. 60%. No wonder the stocks never go up. They keep selling into it.
My dad used to tell me 50% of all married people are men. I don't know if that's true anymore. ZJYL.
Never heard of it.
Okay. Tesla short sellers are up a lot of money. Okay, that's great.
There was a stock yesterday, William. HOLO.
Holo hits a new low.
It actually did a reverse. Added to the pile of companies that have done the reverse.
I mean, doesn't anyone notice that as soon as you get on NASDAQ, you get destroyed? But they're like moths to a flame. We've got to go. We got to get on NASDAQ. It's the only way institutions will listen to you is if you're on NASDAQ. Institutions, everything's a computer nowadays.
Right.
There are no. So BW says Holo did reverse split. FUBAR, I don't know what FUBAR means.
How many? What was the amount of the reverse?
More than 1 for 1? I don't know. He doesn't say. What, I don't know what FUBAR. Effed up. I don't know what FUBAR means.
40 to 1 reverse.
40 to 1. Hey, nobody's matched Jeremy's mother of all reverses, 500 to 1.
What's the symbol of that stock? Is it still around?
Is it vocal or CRT?
It's 4 cents.
4 cents. 500, 1 for 500. Brilliant. Brilliant. It almost makes you wonder if he was paid to be in there. I don't know. Morty's asking you if May 12th is the date of enforcement, would shorts be out before?
Morty, I don't want to insult you in any shape or form, but the stock market is rallying after yesterday's assault downward because people are front running and trying to cover. These are shorts trying to cover before the SEC comes in and enforces stock settlement. You're seeing the first wave. I think there's been a couple of small waves going on, but now they're starting to get bigger, the waves. On every dip, you're going to start seeing more buying, more stocks turning up.
Thank you, Journeyman. That sounds like my brain. Wall Street Wolfie, okay, 40 to 1, awful. Old World War II term. No insult. Just asking for clarification. Yeah, he didn't take any insult.
Yeah, I'm not trying to insult you. I've said it 1,000 times. HOLO just follows the trend. CELU, MULN, blah, 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 blah. They all do it.
I think HOLO was one of those stocks where it was down forever, destroyed. Then it rallied, and everyone would say, hey, well, it's rallying. And I'm like, look, for example, you know, I've been wrong on this, but all of a sudden, look at Northwest Bio today. It's, you know, what's the high today? 45 cents or 46 cents, 47 cents. And that's crushed. They got to get you to pump it up so there's something to steal.
That's correct.
They want something to steal.
That's what's going to happen. They want people to buy stock so they can short it. They can't do it if there's no one buying it.
Yeah, this guy's right. BW's pointing out that Mullen basically has done a 1 for 500, but they just spread it out, you know. They didn't do it all at once.
Yeah, they keep roping people into it. And the next group of suckers that came in when it reversed back up to 5, saying it's all cleared out now. Let me buy it.
Jeremy was another one of these guys that wanted proof, and he went so far as to put out a press release that he didn't have proof. But the evidence is right there. You can put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, I don't know. 1 for 500. He was going to solve the problem all at once. Kickstart the company.
They wipe out investors after investors after investors. Someone told me they were in, I forget what stock they were in, and they got reversed a couple of times, and they got like 1 share left for them out of 30,000. I forget what stock it was. That
sounds like me. I got 100. I worked on a investment banking deal for, I don't know, 3.5 years. I was supposed to get 400,000 shares. My buddy anyway, it was a negotiation. So I ended up with 150,000 shares. And you couldn't trade it right away. The company's done great. I mean, it's on the London, it's here, it's got all these patents, it's FDA, it's done great. I now have 1 share left worth $4.
Right. That's exactly what they do to everybody. How many people on this call ever knew about a reverse until we started talking about it? Many, not. This I'm talking about.
They just.
I told you, they reverse it, they wipe you out. We talked about it 1,000 times.
So D Fresh wants to tell you he's been listening. I think it's a he. I don't know that. D Fresh been listening to him since there were 14 of us on a conference call. We all appreciate the info. I know it's frustrating, but glad you stuck it out. That's from D Fresh.
Thank you. I told you we used to have calls with nobody on it. We're not here looking for an audience that's going to give us a standing ovation or anything. We're not here for that. We're here to expose the criminals. That's what we're doing. And if you've been around us, we've had stocks that have gone up, a lot of them. And people have made money from them. That's just the way it goes.
Mostly they've gone down.
That's not true. I've had GTI went from 30 cents to $9. Finger Motion went from $2 and went to 17, back down, went to 10, back down, back up to 7, back down. This is our 4th attempt. And the only reason I keep staying around for it because I know the fundamentals are really strong in Finger Motion. And I knew over time it would be a home run. But I had to deal with Lynn Partners beating it up for a while. So I stood here and said, fuck you. I'm not going anywhere because I'm here for that gusto that I've been waiting for. And it's coming. So I'm not going anywhere. By accident, we bumped into GBUX. We had these guys shorting it. I didn't sell it. It went to 10 twice. I didn't sell it. I should have sold it and told everybody, hey, William and your friends, go fuck yourself. I'm up by $80,000 today. Fuck you. But I didn't do it. I'm not rich, but I believe that it's going a lot higher. I believe it's going a lot higher. And that's why I stayed. Now, you could call me a fool. You can say whatever you like, but I believe in what I see, and I'm staying with it. If I bought options in DJT and I paid $1 for them like my friend Mitch did, and it went to $1.80, fuck you. I sold them. I would have sold it, took the 80-cent profit, and bought options for 60 cents, and put the 20-cent profit in my pocket plus my dollar investment. That's what I would do on those stocks. 100%, that's how I would play those stocks. But these stocks are giving you an opportunity where you can own stock. I don't have to worry about expiration, option expiration. I've had it already. I buy the calls at a nickel. I don't consider that option investing. I'm talking about buying options at $5 a piece, or 5 cents as we call it. It's the cheapest. That's the cheapest you can get into it. You can't get any cheaper than that. They're not giving them to you for free. So I buy 100 calls. It's $500. And you know what? I've lost 2,000, 1,500 along the way. All right. If they do take off, I can always sell half of them and get half of them for free. I've done that a few times. And I told you that. Because I want to be able to keep doing it. So yesterday I bought 150 of them at a nickel. So if I get some more money, I'll buy another couple hundred of them. Because one day when it goes like I think it's going to go. Imagine having the $4 calls and the stock's 100. I make $96 on 10,000 shares. All right, that's a lot of money, my friends. And that's all from $500. And it happens. It happens a lot. But the problem is, it doesn't happen in a Tesla. The options are not 5 cents. They're $600 or $700 a piece. You need a lot more money to play that game. And when you're wrong, you get wiped out. And if you go to the Brownfield Fund from The Big Short, I put it up a bunch of times on YouTube. Those guys invested in cheap options that you lose a little bit, but you make big when you hit it. And they like to invest. Their strategy was to buy things that in events that people didn't think would happen. So whether it's a failed drug or this or that or the housing market, That's what they like to do. That's what I like to do. That's what I told you I like to do. And the event in this case is the short squeeze. And the short squeeze, as everyone can see, GameStop went from $3.75 to $550. Volkswagen, I forget the beginning price where it went to, but it went to whatever, $2,500. And the German guy jumped in front of a train. That's how devastating these moves are. You guys don't believe this. This is monster. This is complete devastation. That's what happens to you. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here for complete devastation. I'm here for Lynn Partners to go to jail. I'm here to see the market maker ASCM be shut down and thrown out of business. And that'll make this place a better place for everybody. I don't know those fucking scumbags from a hole in the wall. But I know that every scumbag on the street gives them order flow, and they sell it into the system and manipulate the stocks for profit. And all those people working at the firm are having a great life, living in Jupiter, Florida, stealing everybody's money that's on this phone call. They don't care. Hey, we sold some more stock. Hey, you got to pay us. How much I got to pay you today? $600. Okay. Tomorrow it's $700. At the end of the week, they paid us $3,000. So if you're the broker on a trade, you made yourself $4,000 for the week, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't think they're doing anything wrong, but they're help facilitating the criminal activity.
The one is wondering if they do, how will they do it? Is Finger raising more money?
I hope Finger Motion raises money at a penny. They're not raising money. They're doing what they have to do.
Yeah.
They just raised the money.
Yeah.
What do you do? They raise money every 3 minutes? But for a public company to say they need to raise money down the road, every public company does that. GameStop did it. They raised billions of dollars. He didn't even stop. He just kept doing it. But it's a good thing for GameStop, right?
Yeah. BW's been hearing that Ricket Lab is being used by shorts to cover other shorts. I don't know.
Ricket Labs?
Yeah, RKLB. Somehow been hearing that RKLB is technically being used to buy shorts to cover other shorts.
Okay, I don't know how you do that, but okay. They could be, let's say they're going, maybe that stock has got some sort of index related to it. I don't know how you would even do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You could.
I don't know.
I don't know. Donna says hello.
Yes, Donna. Thank you.
May or June calls on Finger.
I always buy the first ones because if it doesn't happen, listen, Trump just threw a haymaker out on Thursday, right? Today, the new SEC commissioner is in business. Do you really think it's going to go out to June, or the shit's going to hit the fan before then?
Depends on where the fan is located.
Well, I believe the fan is right in your face, and you gotta buy it now because I think it's showtime. They're not going to let this drag on. What do you think? Trump's not going to say anything else? Devin's not going to say anything else? Hey, what's going on here? Do you think these guys have the same power as MMTOP, Donald Trump, and Devin Nunes? Or they got a little more juice behind them?
Well, they don't have to walk the halls of Congress.
Who has more juice? The two people I described or the MMTO people? Right? Obviously, it's Trump and the other guy, right? So they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it happen, and that's it. They're gonna force the issue. They're not here. Listen, these guys have their families in the stocks. They got stock themselves. They want to profit from it. They're not gonna wait. The SEC guy was handpicked by Trump. You don't think he's gonna call you? Listen. You all know Trump. Half you guys hate Trump. I don't know how many people hate him. I like him. He's from Brooklyn, and I like him. he's giving people, and he's forcing them to do things that he wants to get done.
I just want his son-in-law to do well. I'm kidding.
I don't give a shit about any of those people.
If GBUX squeezes after the record date, is it possible that it goes higher than your previous prediction?
Yes, because now there's another 300,000 shares short, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the 300,000 shares at the 10%? They're short 3 million, 10% is 300,000. They are short those shares at zero. They don't get any proceeds. They're just short at zero. So 3 million, let's say short at $3. Now you got to add the 300,000 in there and add that value, which is zero. They got nothing for it. So 3 million times 3 is $9 million, right?
Yeah.
Do 9 million divided by obviously 3 million is $3. And if you do it the other way, add it now, it's 330. What's the average price come down to? 275, 260. I don't know what the number is because there's no money. It's just more shares.
Yeah.
So it drives their price down. They didn't get any money for it.
So if somebody
I have the ugliest lawn in creation. It really is. I'm the worst at doing this stuff. Get out of there. I gotta teach my dogs. Get. But I have all the dandelions out there. It's beautiful. It looks like a rotten park.
Get a goat.
Okay, but say it again.
Get a goat.
I should.
So if somebody has Finger May 16 $2 calls, do you just hang on to them until they expire,
May 16,
or do you when do you roll them to?
What did they pay for them? What did they pay for them?
It doesn't say.
Come on, let's learn the education. We're here to help you.
May 16 $2 calls.
The May calls, the 16th, the expiration. You got the $2 calls. What did you pay for them? Did you pay 20 cents for them?
20
I know
cents.
you didn't pay 20 cents for them, right?
Yeah, all right.
So that's your break even. Come on, get out of dirt. So if it went to 40 cents, let's say the $2 and starts running towards 2, you could sell them at 40 cents, okay? And you take all that money, whatever it is, and you could buy the May $3 calls at a dime. So instead of having, let's say you got 10 of them, when you sell them, you double your money. You could buy 20 of them then. This way you have 2,000 shares equivalent in options. And that's how you roll up. And you're basically using the same small investment that you made, the 20-cent option. And now you have 40 cents and you put it into the other ones. You can get 4 times the amount of options if they're 10 cents.
What if the stock just stays where it is and all the way through May? Do you just?
That is a great question. And that's why we buy the cheap calls.
So you just hold on to them to let them expire, and then you buy the Junes or the Julys then.
Well,
right?
Listen, this game is getting very old. Okay? We all know it. I hear it in your voice. I hear it in our voice. We all know it. Trump has to do something now. So if they don't do something shortly, which I believe they are, the market's rallying because I believe the warning shots are being sent. And hedge funds that have a brain are starting to cover their positions. That's why the market's up. All right? I can see the shorts, the big players stop covering for a little bit, let the market drop down to be up $200. And at the end of the day, you can see the market rally back up to being up 1,000 again. That's how shorts cover. They walk away, they let it come in, and then they come back and buy it again. That's how shorts try to cover. So I think what we're seeing is shorts trying to cover. Not all of them. Jeff Easton and the guys at GBUX, they don't have a pot to piss in, so it's going to be very hard. Those guys are just going to get wiped out.
All right. Well,
That's it. Nobody else has anything.
just GBUX, but you've already talked about GBUX.
GBUX, May 15th. You have a company, a $3 stock that squeezed the 10 twice already. You know the short's here, and the company's telling you they're going to give you a 10% dividend. And the short's here. And that dividend is to do one thing, is to break the short balls. It's here to annoy the fuck out of GBUX, the ASCM, and the short seller in the Caymans. They're here, they're washing stock back and forth right now. That's what the volume's about. Okay? That's what they're just trying to buy more settlement time because they got fails to deliver that are coming. People probably demanding stock and they don't have it. So they just sell it back and forth to each other. That's where this extra volume's coming in. This stock should be trading like 10,000 shares a day. It's been trading yesterday was 112,000. With the cross of 18,000 at 405. People, how many other stocks you have follow that people give you a play-by-play? We watch everything, including crosses after the close. I don't think you're going to find anybody who does this crazy stuff. I think that GBUX is just going to take off, and I can see it just looks like it's ready to go. And these guys can't hold it down. The company has put on the tape May 15th. That's 18 trading days. These guys are shorting 10 and 20,000 shares a day. All of a sudden, they're going to be short 300,000 more. What gets dragged along with this new dividend? They're going to get margin. They're going to get exposed. They're going to be short. Everybody on the street, every brokerage firm is going to be looking for their warrants. That's a lot of sudden exposure for these characters. You don't want to be known as a fraud when the police start looking for you, right? And that's what's going to happen to these characters. It just looks like it's going to take off. I could just see this thing. I could see these guys saying, screw this. Let's get the hell out of here. Maybe the cross trades, they're putting it into a different account. Let's say Williams' account is at, what's it called? Black Tower. And they don't like William. And they're telling William, hey, William, you got to get short this stock. Oh, yeah, get me short. And they're putting all these trades in Williams' account. And William's not paying attention because they always short good names for William. All of a sudden, they're dumping all the garbage on you. That's what's going to happen to somebody. That's what I think they're doing. And when this shit hits the fan, William's going to say, what the fuck? You told me to short this stock. What's going on? Sorry about that, William. You're going to jail. William gets blown up. What else? That's it?
Something about Cuba. Let me see what this is about Cuba. Cuba. I don't know what Cuba means.
Listen, I have some friends that bought that HU. They paid about $6.57. They're going to sell about 70,000 shares around $5.50 to $6 range. They told me they're going to take. So if you're in it, pay attention to it. HU. I told you some friends bought it. They bought it up to 9. I got 2 guys that own 70,000 shares, and they're going to start selling, take a loss between $5.50 and $6. They'll lose $1. They said. So that's all I know about that. So if you're following it or you did buy it, it probably still go. I don't know, but they're going to start selling it at that price. Who wants a treat? I got a yellow treat so my dogs don't run around the whole yard. Come on. Done.
I don't want a treat.
Nothing else, anybody?
No.
I'm just standing outside so I'm not looking at my computer, so it's hard for me to recap everything for you.
You never talk about Nixie, but that's up 10 cents.
Nixie, that's,
Northwest Bio's down, I don't know, 10, 11 cents.
Listen, Northwest Bio, their whole bet is going to be on one thing.
I know.
A, we're all going to cheer for them because they're going to win a lawsuit against the market makers. There's going to be a settlement, right? I don't know whether it's 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, whatever it's going to be. The lawyers are going to do their half, 40% of it, right? The company will be left with $100 million, let's say, $50 million. And the CEO is going to say, we won. He's going to give himself a raise, and then he's going to say, hey, we're gonna really press it now to get the approval for the cancer part of this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So the stock is, everyone's gonna be cheering the stock. What are we buying the stock for? Well, they got the money to get approval. Is it guaranteed? I don't know. I hope it works. I don't know. So the lawsuit has nothing to do with the stock price because the lawsuit is no money's coming to the shareholders. So you can forget that.
Right.
Zero. There won't be a penny. Les Goldman and that woman, I forget her name, Linda something. They'll be high-fiving everybody. We got them. Meanwhile, they diluted the company. It's got 1.5 billion shares out there now, right? That guy, what's his name? Michael Bigger. That's his name, Bigger. He funded this company. I told you I was in his office. He was selling the stock. He was just buying on the offering already. And he's telling all these people that he's a big holder. He was selling. I was told the guy. I'm sitting right with the guy. He was selling the stock and he was selling it through Maxim. I remember it like it was yesterday. I told you these guys all use places to hide their offerings. Maxim, ASCM, Puma, all these scumbag hedge fund guys, they all do the same thing. Because guess what? Morgan Stanley, those guys don't want that. They don't want this shitty business. So they hide it through these small firms. What else we got? Anything?
Just
let me look at my computer and I can come up with something.
When is the dividend happening for Finger?
I don't know. As soon as it comes out, you'll know. I think it's coming out at the end of the month. That's what I think.
I don't agree with that. But why does it even matter? You'll know about it at the end of the month, but it won't. I don't know. Why does it matter? You answer the question, you get asked it 12 times every day anyway.
It's coming. It's coming. Listen, I told you, public companies have to do. They had a problem with their auditor. They had to change auditors. Right? The auditor left the business or whatever the hell it was, and it throws the company into a tizzy. Now what do you do? So audited financials are the most important thing. Not if you add in the naked shorts to your float, no one knows what the hell, how many shares are in the float. I don't know how a CEO doesn't put out their earnings and say, hey, how you doing? This is our earnings based on, we got 10 million shares, but this is our earnings based on if we have a billion shares, at least.
Alan, the audit, in order to get a dividend proved, because it's a new auditor, they need 2 years audit. So the audit will be done once the annual report is announced. That's approximately June 1. Then the company is going to have to get approval from its board of directors and go to its lawyers, write it up, and put the proposal back in the SEC whilst they put on hold doing anything that's any good for making money. And they're going to have to file it with the SEC. That'll probably take a week or two. Once it's filed, the SEC will have questions. They'll have to answer those questions. That'll probably at least take 2 weeks. So you're probably into July before the SEC approves it, maybe longer. Once it's approved, the company has to give you 10 days notice for the record date. So that's 2 further weeks. My guess is you're at least August, maybe even effing September before a dividend gets issued. And I hope there's going to be news and other transformative events prior to that, but thanks for asking about when the effing dividend is coming in Finger Motion. God, it's the whole reason I left the business. I can't see my dividend. When is my dividend coming?
Listen, the dividend is nothing to do to be nice to you. The dividend is to expose the shorts. That's it. That's all it is. It's the company knew nothing about a dividend until we brought it to their attention. They're not sitting there saying, "Oh, these are great shareholders. Let's do this." The company's doing what? They're giving a dividend because they want to upset the short sellers. That's what it's about. Nothing else. That's it.
There's a company, Peter is saying, SUNE, like June spelled with an S, did a 1-for-200 split. Shareholders got totally destroyed.
Hey, look at that one. It's the 52-week high based on the splits is 62,000, and the stock is trading at 259.
And he's saying that management must be in bed with the shorts. I mean, it's a good question.
I would think at some point these guys are. That's what I keep trying to tell you. This GBUX looks like the crossing and the washing is ended. The stock is down 8 days. If you wanted to take a shot, now's the time to do it. You can buy 1 share, 100 shares if you're trading. I think you could buy it here at $3.25 and sell it at $5, $6, $7 in a couple of days.
Alan, thanks you for your answer on the dividend for fingers. Finger.
You're welcome. We're trying. Again, the dividend is for one reason, not to make you any money. No one gives a shit about any of us. We're here to bust Lynn Partners' balls. We're here to bust the ASCM and whatever that black power out of the Caymans. That's what it's about. Killing short sellers. Pat Burns' final act at Overstock was squeezing the shorts using a dividend. Dole Foods' act was what? A special dividend exposed 13 million counterfeit shares of stock. That's what it's about. President Trump should do it. Elon Musk should do it. Everyone should be doing something like this. That's it. There's nothing else you can do. We're at the mercy of the SEC. So if you really believe in the SEC, then do nothing and watch it, see what happens. I don't believe and trust anybody. So by doing the dividend, we have the SEC, if they do their job, and like we're hearing that they're going to force settlement, like Trump is saying, then we all win. The dividend doesn't make a difference. If they don't do anything, at least the companies have things in the gun chamber to defend themselves. That's what it's all about. If anyone thinks they're going to get rich buying these dividends, it's a waste of time. You have 10,000 shares. That's just a lot of shares. 10,000 shares, you're going to end up with 1,000 shares. Big deal. The stock's $1.40. It's at $1,400. Big deal.
Is there going to be a short versus bull fight over Tesla because Elon is going to talk tonight? Are the bulls?
You have to be insane to go against Elon Musk. That's just how I see it. It's very hard to invest in it because you're up and down 20, 30, 40 points at a clip. It's very dangerous.
So it seems impossible to make money now. Can you explain if the markets were easier back then? Was it easier to make money?
Yes. Because you can go out and buy a stock, let's say like GBUX at $5, right?
Yeah.
These bear rates didn't exist. You could be in 5, it could be 5 to a quarter, 5 to a half, 5 and a quarter and a half. And let's say you pay 5 and a quarter, you can sit there for 5 days. The volatility is not in the stock. And you could sell it and break even, you could take a shot. In this market, the volatility is so criminal. And the only reason we have it is because people are selling counterfeit shares and they can manipulate prices of stock by not by 50 cents, by dollars. Buy 5. Imagine you buy 10,000 calls and you're up. You're a big option player. You're up. Stock's up $2. You go to take a shit and you come back and these guys do a bear raid and your options that were worth $2 are now 10 cents. That's how fast they remove.
They're used to, I mean, one of the things, Oda, Stark Killer, one of the things that used to exist back then was an uptick rule. They don't have it anymore.
So the volatility, the volatility in today's market is so crazy because of the fraudulent activity. Stocks don't act like this. Stocks are acting crazy because of what they're doing, the manipulation. You know, a short seller can wake up and say, hey, fuck this stock. Let's sell millions shares. Let's drive it down from $5 to $1. Let's see if we can force somebody out. You get Tony, put out a negative story. Let's go. And they go out and do it. Public companies sitting there like, what happened to us? We were 5, now we're 80 cents. What do we do now? Investors are all bitching. What's going on? The company's going, let's get bad news. No one even knows. They do it so fast. You don't even know what happened. That's what they do. I told you, we can all do it. Let me make it short, and I'll make everybody 10,000 a day. You can all jump in. We can buy puts. Imagine buying puts at 10 cents because we know we're going to do a bear raid tomorrow. Hey, William, go out there. Let's go buy the puts on Etsy. Andrew Left is going to kill it
Why don't
tomorrow.
we just start a short fund? Start breaking the law.
I'm just saying that. I'm waiting to see what the government's going to do.
They don't seem to care about it, so
If they don't do anything about it, I'm going to join it. What's the worst that can happen to me? They're going to put my name in lights, say I was busted doing naked shorting, and I'll have a $10 million condo next to that fat fuck Hal Mintz in Fisher Island. And I'll go outside and play pickleball with Hal Mintz. Hal, how much money did you steal? $200 million. So did I. What'd you pay back? $2 million. What'd they do? They call me a scumbag on the SEC side. Okay, who cares? I don't care. Where do you want to go to dinner tonight? You got plenty of money. That's what they're all doing. And our government is doing nothing to stop these. And they know them all. They should be taken out and put in front of a firing squad for what they've done. They didn't just do it to whatever Hal Mintz, whatever he raided on, or Jeff Easton. These guys have killed Northwest Bio. This company has, my friend said he was involved in this company, Dirty Mayo, when it was 10 million shares. That was the whole company. Now it's 1.5 billion shares. 1.5 billion shares. No one notices that that's what they do.
oh no. Need proof.
The dilution.
They need proof.
The dilution is their solution to kill everybody.
They just need proof.
We need proof. CHRS. I need proof. I got to show my board of directors before I do anything. But you got to buy it from this guy. He gets you the proof. Where do you get it from? I have people buy it from Tom. Well, we don't want to pay for it. Okay. Well, what do you want me to tell you? I can't give you the proof. I told him I saw the evidence. It's huge. You don't want to do anything? You don't want to take advantage of a company that has that many shares? Good luck. To me, that's a CEO. He's a nice guy. His board of directors, the people I spoke with, all nice. But their inaction is the same thing MULN did. I had my lawyers write the whole corporate structure for MULN, the CEO. I did it all for him. I spoke to his lawyer and board.
Well, he saved the money by not buying the data. You got to give him that.
And where's his stock? He reversed it 20 times already.
Yeah, but he did save the money on,
right, he saved the money.
you know, that extra expense.
Well, that's what they do. So the guy Tom's not going to give him the information for free. He's out of business. So that's his business. If you want the proof, you're going to go get it. What do you want me to do? I can't do it for you. People, I can talk all day. I'm sitting in my backyard. It's beautiful outside.
It's nice. I'm not sitting outside.
I'm going outside to get my skin tan a little bit. I don't want to look gray anymore from sitting inside.
No one looks at you anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like I said, these stocks, they'll take off and you'll be upset that you're not involved. That's it. There's nothing else I can say. DJT, they knocked it from 24 to 23.50, and now it's back to 24. The shorts walk away, and then they come back and buy it. How do I know they're doing it? I covered for the shorts. I did it. I did those orders. My instructions are buy 5 million shares of stock, but do not drive it to the moon. So I take it up $1.50. Everyone knows there's something going on. You get all the people who are trading it, trying to hit the bids, and then you walk away, and I go to get lunch. And I come back, and the stock is up 40 cents because everyone's sitting there waiting for me to pop my head back out. And once I do, we start going back up again. I may be able to do that twice or 3 times. The 4th time I show my head, the stock's going to take off. And that's what's going to happen at DJT. I expect it to run past 25. And it's going up, not on any news. They didn't do anything. What's the news on DJT, William? We want the SEC to investigate short selling. That's the DJT news. How's that? Every public company should be making a statement like that. Hey, fuck him. What about us? You guys know all these companies. Call up the CEOs. Hey, man, make some noise. That's how you do it. But Wall Street the SEC has abused all these small companies so much, they're all afraid to speak. Why are they afraid to speak? Because the SEC will come after them. That's why. What are you talking about, naked shorts? That's how the SEC operated. But Donald Trump can say it. Devin Nunes can say it. The SEC should be looking into why did DJT do an offering with Yorkville? That's my biggest question. How the fuck did those guys get in with Trump? Who brought those guys around? They're the biggest dirtbags in creation. Yorkville. Who allowed those guys to go in here and steal? People, the stock market is about making money. If you're inactive and you made your bets, you don't need to get on these calls. You're just wasting your time. Just telling you the truth. We talk about DJT. You can buy the dip. It's time to go. It's buy the dip, sell the rip. I told you yesterday he's setting up for it perfect. I said it yesterday to you on the call. And it's 3 cents from the high now, from 24.19. In GBUX, they got to buy back 3 million shares. They haven't bought back anything. Matter of fact, after they stop washing the trades today, there is no more trades. That means no one's selling. No more buying, no more trades means no one's selling. The only person that's selling are the shorts, the manipulators crossing stock. That's the volume. Finger motion's even more sound asleep. It's like no one's short the stock. That's what it's like. But guess what's going to happen? You're going to go to the bathroom, you're going to come back and you say, oh my God, the stock's 250? What happened? That's what's going to happen. Each day that goes by, the company's presenting, the company's getting business, the company's driving revenue. Everything the company wants to do, they are doing. And it's been a race against the clock, and the company survived. They survived Lynn Partners' attacks by Capybara from Lynn and all their friends. And now it doesn't make a difference where they started, whether it was 7, 6, 5. All those shares are short, and they got to buy them back. 250 million plus 2.5 million. I really do think that GBUX is going to take off. It just feels like it to me. Come on, people, let's wake up. What do you got? My God, you guys couldn't work on a trading desk. You'd be trampled. We had to know 50 stocks in a second. What do you think it is? What do you think of that? What do you think it is? And that's what I'm only busting everybody's thumb. That's how it works on a trading desk.
Trump media finalized a deal with crypto and Yorkville ETF today.
That's fantastic. No one even knows what the fuck it means.
What it means is shorting, derivatives, lying, stealing.
I don't know how Trump is in a crypto. Listen, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I have no idea what they do. Nobody else? Anything?
Nobody else.
Anybody to the
Unless you
battery?
want to talk about XRP.
No. XRP is that crypto thing that everyone says is going to
That's
1,000
great. Luto,
because it's going to
tell
be blah, blah,
everybody
blah, 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 blah.
It's going to replace the dollar. It's amazing.
If it's going to replace all those things, why hasn't it happened yet?
It will. It's going to happen.
No, listen, they buy it. I don't know.
They're going to have ETFs about it. It's going to be great.
Listen, I think that everyone, my friends, I told you, my friends in Puerto Rico told me they got a crypto play for us. When I hear about it, I'll tell you. I don't know what it is yet, but I haven't opened the wallet yet. But if you can open a wallet someplace, I guess Coinbase, whatever, just make sure you got to, understand what the hell you're doing. I got to let my daughter do it when she comes home.
She'll ask you to open your wallet.
I can't even find my wallet. I don't know where it is. But again, just if you get a chance, do that, because when I get the information on whatever the coin is, I'll let you guys know. You could do it, don't do it. I'm not a crypto guy. And when good people tell me to do something like that, I'm going to do it. Same people told me to buy crypto at Bitcoin at 16,000.
Oh, God. You always say there's no uptick rule, yet my broker, IBKR, has right now stocks that are with the SEC Rule 201, aka uptick rule, and short sale restriction. Please explain.
Well, your broker at IBKR with the uptick rule, there is no uptick rule right now. So
There isn't one. They're just.
And it's on a short sale restriction, means that the company has, there's so many shares.
They're baffling you with bullshit.
Yes, that's what they're doing too. Ask him the names of the stocks that are on
the two names, NNOX and RVSN.
So buy them if you think they're going to go up. I don't know anything about them. Good luck.
There is no uptick rule.
Listen, you can have stocks like that could be shorted heavily, but the company is doing some sort of offering, and the offering, these guys are shorting before, and when the offering comes, it'll disappear. Is that funny? That seems just like what happened in GameStop. GameStop sold 140 million shares. They sold it at a discount. They sold it to the shorts. How do I know they sold it to the shorts? Because one person reported that they bought the stock. Not one person was proud enough to say, I bought GameStop. Not one. So that means the shorts bought it and they covered. It's pretty easy. And all of a sudden, the short position, which was, let's say, 200 million, it disappeared by 140 million, disappeared. That's how it works.
Can you go through again how you recommend getting out of these stocks once they start going up?
Sell a little bit each day, a little bit every price. If you bought 1,000 shares at $3, you got 3,000 invested. If you sell 100 at 10, that's 1,000. If you sell 100 at 15, that's 1,500. Sell 100 at 20, that's 2,000, 3,500, another 1,000, that's 4,500. You only invested 1,000 at 3. So you sold on 300 shares you raised. You're in the black, probably 800 or $1,000, and you got 700 shares left to let it go. If you want to get out of it at 20, you sell the other 720, you make $14,000. That's how you get out. You sell a little bit. You sell 10% of your position as it starts to run. Get your money off the table, and then you get a free ride to the top. And what is that free ride? Well, I sold all my GameStop at 118. If I listened to myself today, I would have been in it to 500. I would have made a lot more money, but I didn't. And that's why I came up with the idea. So listen, why didn't I just sell a little bit, hold on to a little bit? Because I thought I was too smart. But you know what? The short was massive. I knew it. But when you see a stock going up every day, I said, you know what? Let me just take the profit and get the hell out of here and go buy a new car. That's what I did. But looking back on it, if I just sold a little bit, or 30% of what I had at 118, and held on, I could have sold stock at 200, 300, 400, 500, and I would have had an average of like 250 versus 118. A little different. Not every day you get $100 in a stock, right?
Yeah.
$100 trades don't live on. They don't just fall off of trees, William.
No, they don't. Unless you're long and they go down.
No, if I was short, then absolutely. Then they go up like crazy. I just posted shit on Twitter as we're talking. I just posted my signs over and over and over again. And for those who think I'm sitting here pumping something, I'm speaking for all stocks. I'm trying to help everybody out. Obviously, I have 2 investments that I want to see work out, but I'm trying to help everybody out. Northwest Bio, MMCOP, GTI, all of them. And one day we'll be gone. And you know what? The opportunity will be gone. I think the short squeeze opportunity is going to be gone soon. There'll be short squeezes in years to come, but you'll never know about it. You know about it now. I put it to your attention 20 times. I'm a firm believer in special dividends. Well, GBUX just issued it. It's distributed. The record date is May 15th, and it's delivered on the 21st. So the shit is going to hit the fan between now and then. There's your dividend right there. Ready to go. And the company and their lawyers are following closely, and I'm sure they'll recap and go after everybody, whatever they have to do. That's it. Finger motion, we're waiting for it. I just look at the devastation in stocks. It's just remarkable. I didn't see DJT made a new high, 24.25. If you bought the dip at 23.50, you could have sold it again, made yourself another 50 cents. You don't need to make 75. You can make 50, 40, 30. If you want to learn how to trade. Just got to be part of it. You got to be on your toes. But I don't want to do that all day. If I get crushed in the equity market on the naked short selling, I will have to go back to doing that. But I don't want to do that. What are you crying about? Get out of here. I told you I went to the gym, and a woman asked me, I told her I had 2 new puppies, and the one dog's name is Rocky. And my grandson calls him Cocky. So I called the dog Cocky. So the lady goes, what's the dog's name? I said, I'm sorry. I called it the same name my grandson called him. This GBUX is so fascinating that they keep trying to hold it down. It's just amazing. 500, you take the 500, it was just offered at 24. There's another 500 for sale. They keep trying to hold it down. These guys have a huge problem, and I think they're going to fold soon. Because when you're this desperate trying to do this, it's just like so, it's so crystal clear what they're doing. I'm just looking at options right now. Anyway, I'll leave it that way. Everybody sounds like they're falling asleep.
I know I am.
I can entertain myself and talk to myself all day long.
Well, your dogs are listening.
No, they're just fighting each other's legs.
Oh, they sound cute.
People, listen, I'll leave you with this. If you want the heads up on what's going to happen at the SEC, DJT is going to take you to the promised land. All right, that's all you need to know. If it's going, you don't go out and buy NVIDIA or MU or Intel. You got to find stocks that are in the naked short selling space. That's what you need to look for. So if you can figure out a few of those, I think we've talked about a couple, you can maybe go find your own. And that's where you need to put your money into. And I'm a believer in doing it before the game begins. All right, I'll just leave you with that then. All right, but you know it, just follow DJT. DJT, I think it's going to go through 25. Once it goes through 25, you know the SEC is doing something. All right, you know, if DJT is going up because they now close the transaction to get into Bitcoin, is that what they're doing? I forget what they're saying, crypto, whatever you said.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Are they profitable today in their new business? Is that what happened?
No, I don't know what the news is. Just somebody.
I'm just saying that are they profitable today in their new business venture? Absolutely not. It takes time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny that people always say, well, there's no numbers attached to this stuff. Well, how can there be numbers attached to it? They just announced the deal today. When they start selling it and start driving the revenue and the numbers, that's when companies can talk about it. But because Trump, and that's why the reason I'm following the Trump stuff because it's so crazy. It's crazy that that Trump is actually making the noise for the SEC to investigate naked short selling. And we said that a while ago that he was going to do it. And now you're seeing everything we said a couple of months ago. And if the president of the United States can have his stock naked shorted, which they did, think how hard it is for us. We're not the president. I don't know the people at the SEC. I don't know the head of the FBI, the head of the DOJ. President Trump does. And he still didn't get it done until he said something yesterday, right? So something's coming down. It's going to happen fast here. And I just can't believe that, people keep asking me, what should we do? You should be jumping all over the names that I just told you about. Or if you find your own, whatever other name you like, go buy it. Don't wait. It's showtime. 100% it's showtime. Everyone wants to know, when's it going to happen? It's it's going to happen in a blur. It's going to be so fast, you don't even know what happened. I told you, finger motion, you're going to pop your head, turn your head, the stock's going to be 250 going to 3. DJT be trading up to 30. GBUX to be $5 to $6. And then you're going to sit there and say, well, should I buy it now? We're looking at you saying, we told you to buy it when it was doing nothing at $3.23. The company's giving you a dividend. What are you waiting for? The dividend is to do what? To expose the shorts. That's why they're doing it. It's right there, right in front of you. And I'll leave you with that. There's not more I can say.
All right.
All right, William, I tried my best.
You did, and everybody appreciates it.
Listen, I'm not here to scold anybody. I know it's your money. You don't want to lose a penny. I know it's hard to sit here and watch your investment not do anything day in, day out. I got it. But I can guarantee you this, 100% guarantee you, that 95% of the people on this phone call, if you were trading the equity markets, you'd have been chopped apart. You'd have been buying stocks, got caught in the downdraft, down 2,000, sold it out at the bottom. You would have turned around, bought puts, and the market would have rallied on you. That's what happens. It happens to everybody. Don't get me wrong, it happened to me. I'm thrilled that I'm in a name that I know eventually is going to work. That's what I'm thrilled about. I'm not thrilled that I'm not making money every day. I have things that I need to do too. I want to go on vacation also. But I'm holding back and I'm waiting. And my vacation is going to be bigger and stronger and nicer than any before. Because when I cash out, it's going to be a lot of money. And like William, we're not here looking for a fucking medal. We don't care. I do not care. I don't care if anybody even knew me, sees me, I could care less. William's the same way. We're here to turn around our lives. We're experts in the equity market. Williams is more detailed than me. He was a retail broker. I was not. I don't even know how to open an account. I never opened an account. I mean, so as far as that goes, Williams way more advanced than me. All I am is a numbers person. That's it. I memorize numbers. I memorize symbols, and that's what I do. News doesn't really mean anything to me because I don't study any company in detail. But I did study finger motion, and I'm trying to figure out GBUX, but it's moving too quick for me. I really don't have the time. But, they got the dividend done, so I'll let the people that told me to buy it. If they tell me to sell it, I'll tell you to sell it. If they tell me to stay with it, I'm staying with it. That's what I did. I don't need anybody to tell me about finger motion. I know 99% of the information. It's all right there. Martin just put out a new video. I forget where he was. It's clear as he talks about it being a U.S. company. He talks about everything you want to know about. I was watching it yesterday. He talks about the insurance business. He talks about the Chinese emergency response. And he talked about it, all these emergency vehicles and all these towns, all throughout China. They need to communicate with each other. That's what he talked about. It's right there. And this company, this small company that's $1.45, has that business. And it's in business, and they're doing it now. And people go, well, they're not doing it fast enough. And there's the stupid answer to a question again. You don't think they want to move faster? Everybody wants to move faster. You just can't. That's just the way it is. All right, people, I'm going to go sit down and relax. I'll speak to you later.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm more now. just mind numbing. There's no magic to this. I don't think. I do think. I don't know what's wrong with me. I do think Trump is aware of everything, but I don't think he's going to blow up our stock market just to help us have a short squeeze. So we have to pick and choose our targets. Nixie is up 9 cents. Northwest Bio is down 10 cents. Finger is up a penny. Railtown is, I don't know, up a penny. GBUX is down 7 cents. DJT is up $1.80 at 24. I didn't do it, but DJT, when it's down, well, it's like any stock that's when it's down, everyone's negative. That's the time where you can go buy calls farther out, like January, and not pay a lot of premium. But once it starts trading, the premium comes right back. The Dow is up 600, NASDAQ's up 400, S&P up 100. I think you're going to see, let's pick one. I think you're going to see S&P 8,000 before, I don't know, September. So people are negative right now, but that can change very quickly. Everyone's focused on the negative. Everyone's focused on the headlines. Everyone reads the headlines. Everyone learns off the headlines, the headlines, the headlines. Usually by the time it's in the headlines, that move's already been made. There was a gentleman yesterday, I think his name is Steve, asked me about this thing. I have no idea about it. FKRCX. FKRCX. Franklin. All right, the Franklin Gold and Precious Metals Fund. All right, that's all right. I like Franklin. So the Franklin Mutual Fund Group has a gold and precious metals fund. It's FKRCX. Look, every group's going to have one of these funds, and you can buy these funds in your IRA. They're going to have different management teams. As the money starts flowing into this area, you're going to have so many choices. This fund normally invests 80% of its net assets in securities of gold and precious metals operation companies. So it's miners. Anywhere in the world. It's just a blanket fund. They do anything. It says it's non-diversified. So it's just a stab at investing in the gold and silver and precious metals markets. They buy the miners. They're up 41% year to date. It came into business in 1969, so they have a good track record. They're highly regarded on Morningstar, so your advisors will look at it and say that's great. Gives you a yield, which is good. You know, maybe you take it or maybe you reinvestment. They have $1.3 billion under management. Let's see their top holdings. G Mining Ventures Corp. Never heard of it. Alamis Gold, great company. Alamis Gold, 4.3% of their investment is in Alamis Gold. I've met the CEO. I think that's a great company. Agnico Eagle Mines, again. You know, and for a company that says they invest in small companies, these are bigger trades, but it's good. It's good timing for it. Agnico Eagle Mines, great company. They're at 4% of it in that. I don't know Orla Mining. Newmont Mining. So I've told you about that. 3% of their fund is in Newmont Mining. Persis Mining Limited, heard of it, don't know anything about it. Anglo Gold Ashanti PLC, good. I can't give you, a confident knowledge of it, but I've been aware of that company and I think it's good. Barrick Gold, perfect. How can you go wrong? So you set up a mutual fund, you just buy the top gold companies. Calibre Mining, I think that's good. I've heard of that one. Torex Gold, don't know anything about it. But out of their top 10 holdings, they got 6 that everybody else owns too. And that's good. It's good. I think it's a good fund you're in, and you might as well stay in it. This is for Steve. He's got money in the Franklin Precious Metals Fund. I like it. He also has money in SLV. SLV is probably the single most popular silver investment in the world. It's trading at $30. Let's see what their top 10 holdings are. It doesn't matter. I mean, they don't have any estimate. I can't see what their holdings are. Oh, I have to pay to get their holdings? All right. Anyway, so SLV, if you're trading SLV, it's a good trading vehicle. If you're owning it because you think it's safe and somehow it'll be around when the stock market crashes, that's a little more problematic. Let me just read to you from Mike Maloney. ETFs. SLV is an ETF. Exchange traded funds are an easy way to buy price exposure to precious metals. I say price exposure because you are not buying precious metals. You are buying these shares like a stock in a trust. You're buying in a trust that owns precious metals, which gives you exposure to the price of those metals. The most popular is SLV. And then they have for silver, and then they have the gold trust is GLD. But if you read the prospectuses closely for SLV and GLD, it may cause you to raise some questions. These documents state that despite the funds being designed precisely for the purpose of tracking the price of the underlying metal, they may not in fact do so. Under market conditions, they might diverge from the price of the underlying metals and fall. Under certain market conditions, let me use your position SLV, I'll just plug that in. Under certain market conditions, SLV may diverge from the price of the underlying metal and fall. That was, for me, enough to decide to steer clear of these ETFs. If they're really gold and if they really are gold and silver, how can they diverge from the price of gold and silver? Further, the fund pays its annual expenses by selling off a portion of its underlying asset. So your asset is being reduced every year. Finally, if the trust had problems and for some reason failed, I would become an unsecured creditor of the trust, who must then file a claim to recover any value remaining of my shares. But any value remaining in the trust is shared with all other claimants. Claim my share, share my claim. No thanks, I'll pass. That's his reaction to SLV. Dr. Stephen Lieb will tell you about SLV as a vehicle to trade. It's an ETF that you can trade. I mean, these are just people's opinions. Actually, he doesn't talk about SLV. He talks about mining ETFs, and he talks about bullion ETFs that own the underlying metals. He talks here about GLD. That's the gold. You know, Maloney talked about SLV and GD. My brain isn't working. Maloney talked about SLV and GLD, silver and gold. So anyway, ETFs burst on the scene in 1993 and quickly became a huge hit with the investing public. They're designed to simply track an index. They trade like stocks. Investing in an ETF that tracks gold bullion lets you participate in gold's rise without the hassles of buying and storing the physical gold. So he picks 4 ETFs. Number 1 is GLD. He doesn't talk about silver right here. So and then he also picks IAU, SGOL, and BAR. But let's just talk about GLD. GLD is the SPDR gold shares, and it is the largest and best known gold ETF and is considered a proxy for gold, much I assume like SLV for silver. One advantage to gold's GLD's size is it might be better able to survive any sort of crisis, malfeasance, fraud, theft. He thinks these are suitable investments long term. I disagree. If there's a collapse in the stock market, just like Maloney said, you're going to be in trouble. So, but anyway, it doesn't mean, as long as the markets are trading, these are perfectly good vehicles. Everyone will tell you it. Where should I put my, oh, do GLD, do SLV. So in that sense, they're good places to be. Okay, he says, this is Dr. Stephen Lee. I consider any of these ETFs to be a perfectly acceptable and certainly easier alternative to owning physical gold or silver. But you should be aware of one distinction. That is between allocated and non-allocated gold. One advantage to owning physical gold is it's allocated to you. That's not true when you buy an ETF. Ownership of the gold that the ETF holds to back up its shares is divided among all stakeholders. And if anything goes wrong with the fund, there's no assurance that you can reclaim your portion. Dr. Leap says, I would not worry much about this. It's just something to be aware of. And he might be right, but call me skeptical. There's also mining ETFs. And Dr. Leaps, and I agree with him. I expect that as the bull market in gold unfolds, the biggest gains will be made not in gold itself, although I think it'll be huge, particularly if you get in now. I expect that the biggest gains will be made not in gold itself, awesome as those gains are likely to be, but in mining companies leveraged to the price of gold. So he thinks mining, you should allocate some of your money to the miners of gold and silver, or just use a mining ETF. And here again, he goes with the best known, GDX, the Van Eck Gold Miners ETF, and then the Van Eck Junior Gold Miners ETF. What's weird about these, and I'm not going to bother showing you it today, but because of the dearth of interest and the bear market these have been in up until recently, GDXJ, which is the junior gold miners, basically owns the same names as GDX. But look, I've read this to you before. GDX tracks 45 gold stocks, at least it did 4 years ago. The three biggest are Newmont, which became Newmont Gold Corp. They bought Gold Corp. Barrick and Franco-Nevada. So you could just buy those names, you know. GDX has junior miners, and he picks out junior miners. I don't know about the junior miners. It's a place to be, but maybe you can pick out your own mines. I don't know. It's what you like to do. Sprott has a gold miners trust. And then I don't know this SILV. Let me see what, no, SIVR. Let me see what that is. Oh, that's the Aberdeen physical silver. I like that. $31. I don't know if it's Aberdeen or not. I don't know what that abbreviation stands for. I like that one. Yeah, it's Aberdeen. 1.64 billion. It's been around since 2009. They're physical silver. I like that. I can't say, I don't even have to study that anymore. I wonder, Sprott, PSLV, and that's what I would probably do. On your portfolio, I would probably consider PSLV in lieu of SLV. But anyway, it's a good portfolio. And you should hold it through hell and high water as far as I can tell. Don't let anybody tell you to sell it. I know on Sprott Physical Silver Trust, he actually at his website lists the specific bars that he holds in the trust. So you can always track it. You can always track it. I'm going to see quickly what David Morgan says about SLV. If anything, he may not. I thought he did. He doesn't have an index. So I may not. Here, ETFs. Let's see what he says. Oh my gosh, it's a long chapter. It is a long chapter. All right, so I hope Steve's still here. I'm doing this for Steve because he asked. A 10 times your money 3 to 5 year precious metals battle plan, part 2. ETFs are exchange traded funds. I've told you that. So the advantage of ETFs, you can trade ETFs in your brokerage account. You can control your purchase price. It's valued daily. They generally charge a lower fee and sometimes no load. You can go long or short. There's no minimums. And you can buy and sell during the day. I don't know. Some of that's not much of an advantage. They can make you screw up. The cautions about ETFs, some of them don't trade at their NAV, and that was true of the Sprott Physical Trust, and it may be true of that Aberdeen. I don't know, but it not much of a discount. They don't always perform to your expectations. They have low volume sometimes. Some may have high management fees. If they do special things like futures or leverage, they can blow up actually. Sometimes when things are volatile, the bid and the ask are wide. Sometimes bullion ETFs, ETPs, I don't know what an ETP is. I don't know what he means by ETP. Oh, a product. Sometimes they have counterparty risk. And that's what I think SLV has, counterparty risk. All right. So anyway, he talks about SLV, and maybe I'll just limit my comments to that for now. A decade ago, precious metals investors were given an option, underappreciated at the time, to start trading silver in a new way. In April of 2006, the first silver exchange traded fund in the United States, Barclays iShares Silver Trust, SLV, on the American Stock Exchange, appeared on the scene with an initial deposit of 1.5 million ounces seeded into the trust. SLV was a trading vehicle which gave or gives investors easy access to investment in the silver market. This particular method of investing has been criticized by some who say that a person generally cannot take silver delivery, which is true, that it can be short sold, which is also true, that it may not have all the silver it claims to possess, which is a worthy debate, and that there are better ways to invest in silver, which is probably true. The biggest advantage for silver bulls is that the existence of the ETF universe widens the participation in the field. It gives the non-traditional investor an easy way to participate within the framework of regular stock trading. And that's true. This ETF, I'm not trying to be tough. I like SLV. I'm just saying that if the markets go to extreme distress, you might find out that the silver inside has been lent out many times. But it might be the last investment that people can buy. So if silver becomes unattainable, you might see a lot of demand going into SLV. So it's, it's a good, nothing's perfect. The purchase of SLV shares translates directly into a drawdown of physical silver supplies, since the custodians must buy the metal in the open market. That's where you're going to have a debate. If they're truthful, is Barclays truthful? Or are they working with the shorts at JP Morgan? Or is Barclays short? Yeah, I don't know. So you got to trust. Regardless of how one feels about the transparency of SLV regarding the question, is all of the published amount of physical silver actually there? It is currently the prominent, SLV is the prominent ETF in the silver, quote unquote, physical metal space. It did, when 2008 occurred, silver fell by a third in price, and SLV held its own. So it does give you some protection, maybe in a correction to the downside. This would seem to demonstrate something important, not only in terms of the vehicle, but the frame of reference of the majority of people that owned it. It doesn't have leverage, so if you're looking for leverage. SLV's custodian is JP Morgan, biggest short on the planet. in silver. And then he talks about SIVR. So you have it. That's that that's the physical silver shares, SIVR. Not all ETFs for a given commodity are identical. Some buy and hold physical gold bullion in storage, whereas others invest in futures contracts. That's a big difference. Yeah, this is I like this one, CEF. It's a closed-end fund, meaning that the number of shares at any given time are fixed. The share price can trade higher or lower, actually, than its NAV, depending on demand for the shares. And so you can get a premium in a bull market. It's the Central Fund of Canada. Our bullion is stored in separate cages with the name of the owner printed on the cage. And on top of each pallet of bullion, it states Central Fund or Central Gold Trust. This disables the bank from being able to use the asset for any other purpose. Then he talks about GLD. I'm not going to read about GLD. I'm not ham. I'm not ham. I'm not ham. So I don't know how to answer your point. Doug, I don't sleep well at night anymore, so I've given up on good sleep. I'm gonna, just to feel like I accomplished something, I'm just gonna read 4 pages to you, and then I'm gonna sign off. I guess we can look at the if there's any news. But David Morgan and David Smith make their case for silver from 8 years ago, the case for silver. I don't think it's changed. In fact, I think it's gotten better. And of course, as I pointed out yesterday, you can argue that they were wrong 8 years ago. I don't feel that way about it. I just think money printing and human, you never quite can call markets human ingenuity even, but it could just be human tardiness or indifference. Let things be as they are type attitude. It just delayed this final thing. But let me read this. It'll take probably 15 minutes. The case for silver. Silver has a very high potential of, again, multiplying wealth fabulously in the coming years. Mean reversions are one of the most powerful forces in all the markets. I mean, if you play fantasy baseball or you follow athletes, you know what mean reversion is. The more extreme the deviation from the mean, the bigger the subsequent reversion in the opposite direction to restore normalcy to the relationship. In fact, it overdoes it. Silver's upside is vast given its recent extreme lows. This was written by, that quote was written by Adam Hamilton, who I'm not familiar with. An entire book could be written on the case for silver. Hey, maybe I should do that. And in fact, a few have been. Basically making the case that silver is probably, quote, the best investment, unquote, one could make, bar none. There's a bar that way called bar none. In most of these writings, there are a few flaws. First and foremost is the idea that, first and foremost of the flaws is the idea the silver has been in continual deficit since the day it was first discovered. Though this is a slight exaggeration on my part, that's David Morgan, this making this flaw. It is a point of fact oh God, that's such a confusing jumble. Okay, so 8 years ago, he said silver is not in a shortage. In fact, the lowest above ground silver supply was in 2006. Since then, until this current writing, above ground silver supply has grown by 1.5 billion ounces. And we are talking about investment grade silver. As of 2016, the amount available both in coin and bar form is roughly 2 billion ounces. I'll just quickly point out to you that that has recently changed over the last bit of time. And so there it is, 2016. He's saying that there's silver supply has grown by 1.5 billion ounces. And he said above ground, there's roughly 2 billion ounces. My understanding is we're down around 800 million and declining. And it's debatable really how much of that's available, but a lot of that's moving east. There is another important point that few in the industry actually stress, which is the fact that while the overall supply of investment silver is much less than investment gold, the overall amount of investment, my eyes are terrible. The overall amount of silver above ground is roughly 5 times greater. Remember, this is written in 2016. The amount mined is roughly 10 times greater, but approximately half has been lost, mostly having been discarded in landfills, because the amount of silver per unit in things like cell phones, computers, RFID chips, etc., is too small to be economically recycled. So this doesn't surprise me, because when you mine, they typically found over history, this is why they picked 15.5 to 1. They usually got about 16 ounces of silver out of the ground for every ounce of gold. So that doesn't surprise me. So anyway, he says, before leaving the topic of the silver deficit, and I'm sorry, I'm probably boring people, but I'm just going to do this. I want to feel like, for those who care, that you learned something, because you're not going to be able to learn this all when it's too late. And if it's in your head, even in a little bit of it, you won't panic. Before leaving the topic of the silver deficit, it needs to be explained in greater detail. It is very likely you have read and will continue to read that the consumption of silver is greater than mining production. I haven't said that. At least I haven't said it yet. This, in fact, is absolutely true. So I'm learning. But without any more information, many silver investors are left with the impression that it's only a matter of time before the world runs out of silver, and then its price will supposedly exceed the price of gold. Well, all right, let's just keep reading, but I do think it could, in a spike, go higher than gold. But the rest of the story is of crucial importance. There is a great deal of silver recycled annually, that's true. It's roughly 150 to 200 million ounces annually. People need to understand there are two silver supply chains, the mining industry and the recycling industry. Yeah. When using the total supply to determine what is really going on, people are astonished that in most cases, supply meets demand. And in addition, the above ground silver supply has been growing during the past decade. I just showed the data. That's reversed now. And it's a matter of debate. But it's, you know, whether there's a little bit more, a little bit less, it's pretty close. So when people start increasing investment demand, it's not enough. But I think it's important to know, and I've said that, as the price goes up, more silver will come on the market. There are two major silver studies produced each year, which are several multiples the cost of the Morgan report, which is what David Morgan puts out. In one, you will see that silver is in a deficit, and in the other, you'll see it's in a surplus. Can they both be correct? Yes. If you consider silver's investment demand to be part of total demand on an annual basis, then the market's in deficit. If you look at the same investor supply and see the number above ground growing over the year, it's easy to consider it in surplus. So rather than decide for you how you want to look at it, let us state again that the above ground silver supply of silver is growing. However, investors are buying and holding a great deal relative to annual production. And that's the whole point. I mean, if you have silver in your laundry room or wherever you put it, that's above ground supply. So from that standpoint, because people are investing it, silver is in a very tight supply situation. To put it in other words, silver is in very strong hands, and the number of strong hands is growing. So it's going to take much higher prices for those strong hands to let go of it. Some investors may think that this truth about the silver market makes it less desirable as an investment than the silver shortage story. However, knowing as many facts as possible will help you make the most informed decision. So why do people invest in gold and silver? And he points out that gold supply has been increasing for centuries. Why do they invest in gold and silver? Because it is the most trusted and sought after monetary asset known to the global population for thousands of years. And to go further with that, the actual truth is that silver, not gold, has been the real monetary asset for several millennia. And it has in reality transacted far more business than gold. This gives silver a unique advantage over all other precious metals. Gold has a monetary value known by investors, banks, and governments. Silver has a monetary value and an industrial value. In fact, slightly more than half of the silver mined every year is used by industry. If we add on the investment demand, we find that silver can quickly move up in price when investors worldwide decide to buy it. There are a couple of factors which make an extremely compelling investment case for silver. The first is that silver is a very small market. The second is silver is volatile. What we witnessed in the last bull market is that silver moved from $6 to $50 in 5 months. 90% of the move comes in the last 10% of the time. 90% of the move comes in the last 10% of the time. This was certainly true of the previous bull market. If you were reading or if you're listening to me, we presume that you were aware that through all of recorded history, every fiat currency, every paper money in the world has sooner or later failed. Therefore, some margin of safety is required for those investors who truly understand the present day world, which means that we think a 10% allocation to the precious metals sector is sufficient for almost everyone. At some point, the gold market will catch fire and the run to gold will begin in earnest. This was written in 2016. At some point, the gold market will catch fire. Once this occurs, gold will be in the mainstream financial press, and many new potential investors will become aware of gold's move upward in price. The old adage that, quote, there's no fever like gold fever, unquote, will become appropriate. At some point, enough of the world's investment community will have lost faith in the system at large, and they will begin to drive funds into gold and silver markets across the board. Funds will flow heavily into physical gold, futures, ETFs, mining shares, and almost anything related in even the slightest way to precious metals. This occurrence is rare and only takes place in monetary history when there is a near total breakdown of confidence in a country's monetary system. Once this process begins, even the plunge protection team or the US government will have little chance of stopping the massive outflow of funds seeking safety. This will provide a great lesson for both new and seasoned investors that the quote unquote free market actually has more power than a managed market. His point is we live with a government controlled financial system. I think it's controlled by a few men in the banking system. At some point, gold will be priced at a level where average investors will find it difficult to afford. Is it there already? Being uncomfortable with this situation, but not wanting to be left out, they will compare the price of gold to silver and decide that silver is the better buy. I apologize, and react accordingly. Given that silver is a much smaller market, plus the fact that most people fall into the category of coming into the precious metals only after the huge momentum has developed, the silver market will literally explode upward in price. That silver is in such high demand, since it is strong, malleable, and ductile, since it provides an excellent rationale. Sorry. So this is it's a hard sentence to read with a rhythm. Because silver will be in such demand, will provide an excellent rationale for investors to consider buying it. Crappy sentence. The key to big profits is to take those profits when they become significant, rather than let them fade away after a primary market top. Seeking to help as many investors as possible to accumulate profits, but also to keep the majority of those winnings. That's why this book is written. Silver is a superb conductor of electricity. It conducts heat. It reflects light better than any other element. As you work your portfolio into the topping area for the metals, try not to let greed get in your way, and do not expect to hit the exact top of the market, because that's truly an amateur's way of looking at investing. So is that if you own silver, gold, and the price of these metals top? So as your portfolio gets into the topping area for metals, try not to let greed get in your way, and do not expect to hit the exact top of the market, because this is truly an amateur's way of looking at investing. We have a number of strategies and blah, blah, blah. All right, I'll stop there on that. Let's look at some prices. That writing style is not perfect. Not perfect, but I like the subject. I like the man. All right, DJT's up 81 cents, $23. Nixie is up 9 cents. Actually, it's up 12 cents, 157.5. Finger is down less than a penny, 141. Northwest Biosystems is down 16 cents to 28 cents. That's what they do, bastards. Railtown is 30 cents. GBUX is 314. And let's just look at GOLD. That's 1996. Let's look at Sprott Silver. $10.91. I wonder if they give the NAV. I bet it trades just underneath the NAV. But how big is it? Doesn't say. Oh, the market cap is 6 billion. So it's bigger than that other one. So that's pretty good. Let's see if there's any news, particularly about the Pope. I mean, he's dead, but hasta la vista. Hasta la vista. Colombian President Gustavo Petro no longer has a visa to the United States. Wow. Stock market skyrockets as White House reveals promising new Trump trade deals. I think we've seen the lows in the stock market. I think you saw them already. I think the market now is going into May, June, July, August. You know how they say sell in May and go away? This year, I think you're going to see a rally during the summer that's going to just distract everyone. Northrop Grumman crashes. Buyer's strike arrives to the bond market. I'm just going to check two more places and then I'll see your last one or two comments. Americans delaying major purchases. $331. Trump administration reportedly strategizing ideas to spark baby boom. And that's what I was thinking about it. Elon Musk looks out in the world. He doesn't want to marry these chicks. He just wants to have children. So he's created a compound, I guess, where all the mothers live, and he has 13 children. I kind of wish I had the money to do something like that. It sounds almost, what do they call those things? It's harem-like. Federal student loans in default face collections. Uh-oh. No more artificial dyes. I guess you'll have to see the no more artificial dyes. You'll have to see the real color of my hair. All right, I'm just looking one more place to see if there's anything about eel papa. All right, there aren't any more comments, so I guess I bored everyone to tears. There's a good argument for having a population in your country. So apparently in Austria, they're alarmed that there's more Muslims in Vienna than native, I guess, populations in their schools. What's wrong with that? They're fine. It's just fear. Gorsuch and Roberts side with liberals. Illegal alien can ignore a deportation deadline if the deadline falls on a weekend or a holiday. I wonder if their entry came on a weekend or a holiday, if they weren't allowed in. Oh, that's right. No one even cared. Why did the liberals fight so hard against Gorsuch and Coney, the womanist Barrett, and Kavanaugh? They're all liberal anyway. "60 Minutes producer resigns as Trump's massive lawsuit against CBS continues." And he's a guy. All right. I guess we're done with any news. So let's go back over the prices. Finger is, the price is very slow. It's not coming up. So I get, oh, there it is, 142.29. No, 141.13. It's just, I'll focus on Nixie and then we'll tune out. Nixie is 158.89, up 14 cents. That's the one I would choose out of everything this week, but any of them could go at any time. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Ronnie. And thanks for everybody for tuning in. I wish everyone peace. Pray for Robert Weiss, his health. Pray for Jenny L, her health and family. Pray for all the little children stuck in all the war zones and all the bad families and all the orphanages and all the human trafficking and all the poverty all throughout the world. Pray for the children. They don't deserve that. It wasn't their choice. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.